No, I've only done one.
Huh?
I've only done one.
Can I see the map?
I'm just quick matching, so.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't want to play with other people.
Oh, okay.
Back. We don't want to play with you.
Oh, no.
And I still don't have enough super credits to buy anything.
Swipe that cred.
You're not picking up super.
I'm not picking it up. Oh, it's my fault. Oh.
I'm so behind in all these.
Swipe the cred.
I stopped. Yeah, I don't have exosuits. Or siege breakers, or redacted regiment, or python commandos, or dust devils, or Halo I have.
Do some double freedom. The little bug emoji from my title is so cute, honey.
Oh.
What language the Helldivers speaking? It's Japanese. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Marilla. I gotta say, there's a lot of exciting games from Gamescom so far. Some of them are games that I already knew about, to be fair, but a lot of exciting ones. Like, I had no idea about that Chinese Monster Hunter game, and I'm like, god damn, alright. Chinese Monster Hunter game. Fuck yeah. Exterminauts. I actually got contacted by the marketing team. So, hopefully I can do some stuff around that. The campaign they want me to do is kind of silly, so I didn't agree to the sponsorship, but hopefully I can get into the tests regardless. Exterminauts. It's the Helldivers like game. I don't know the dev. They might actually be a Chinese dev. I didn't know that. I didn't get a Chinese vibe from the game. How long have you been playing to get the rank 300? I believe it's 2,400 hours of in mission time, give or take. But obviously it would depend on difficulty and things of that nature. I don't know why I'm just trying this. I don't need to. Boom, boom, boom. 11 minutes. I mean, that's not what they were asking. To get the rank 300, it was around 2,400 in mission time. My actual hours on Steam is like 4,200, 300, something like that. But I also never got into a glitched lobby that gave me XP. So just heads up. There's gonna be some people out there that have like weird amounts of XP sometimes based on their hours, just because they got into glitched lobbies with hackers. Anytime I saw that I was in a lobby like that, I left immediately. The Gravhounds game, I'm excited for. The Not Law, what was it? No Law? I think it was No Law. That game looks sick.
Can't believe you want to play that game.
And yeah, I don't care for the aesthetic like you do. I just want to play the game.
It's sponsored. I'm pretty sure that game's sponsored.
Yeah, I'd love for them to sponsor me. Hell yeah. Give me the money. Money, 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 money.
Normally don't say a game looks sponsored.
My god, there's a lot of POIs here. My buy Democratic Detonation War Bond. What's your opinion on the Adjudicator? It's the weakest part of the War Bond. I would not buy the War Bond because of the Adjudicator. I would buy it for literally every other part of the War Bond, though. Most people recommend Democratic Detonation, not because of the Adjudicator. The Adjudicator is pretty mid. It's not that important. Like, you basically have the Liberator Penetrator, which is arguably the better version of the medium pen assault rifle. The great part of Democratic Detonation is the fact that you get the thermites, you get explosive crossbow, and the eruptor. The armor is nice to have as well, but honestly not that important because you have it in the base war bond. Oh yeah, and the grenade pistol. Oh, how could I forget? Can you change the language in the game? Yeah, that's what you're listening to right now. Go to accessibility and then scroll down to voice. Also, Squid update. Good. Solid. But compared to other large updates, not as much going on. You know, in my opinion, the Hive World update was like a 9 out of 10 update. Other than the fact that there's a lot of technical issues. Like, fantastic. We got an entire sub-faction, and we got the Hive Worlds, and we got the Hive Lord, and we got the Dragon Roach. So we just got so much stuff all at once. It was amazing, right? But obviously there's a lot of technical issues, so it's not always remembered as fondly. And then with Cyberstan, we at least got the whole entire faction for Cyborgs, which felt more complete. Which was nice. Also, we got the tank, and then we got the mega factories as well, which is great. So that was like a solid like 8 out of 10, maybe 7.5. This one, you know, obviously we only got the Crusher and the Wretch, but I do think they're really fun enemies, and I like how they pair with the other sub-factions, so getting double sub-factions. And we got the Seaf update, and we got a bunch of the Void Worlds. So, like, there was a good amount of content here, but only getting 2 new enemies was a bit disappointing, right? So it stops me from wanting to put, like, this update as, like, as high as an 8. I think it's closer to, like, a 7 for me. But, you know, the changes to the Seaf alone are a huge W. They make them a lot more interesting. I think you have a bug on your back. Oh yeah, I think I lost my friend. I don't know where he went. So, I don't think it was a bad update, but I also don't think it was as good as previous ones. And that's okay. You know, I don't think they're always going to hit like crazy, you know, they're not always going to make a better update, you know, than the last. It's, you know, sometimes they're going to hit, sometimes they're going to miss. It is what it is. But hopefully they hear our feedback for this one. And I think a lot of people have been asking for, you know, this update and the last one, you know, people want to see a large enemy, more large enemies like the Hive Lord. And we just haven't seen that other than, you know, the Leviathan before that. The Leviathan is not exactly a large enemy. It's, you know, or like not the same class of enemy. It's smaller. Let's go. Hope they bring a regular Warbond sometime. I know they brought the Warbond. They normally do have a normal Warbond alongside the Legendary Warbond, but I think because of all the controversy with the mech Warbond, I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of thrown a wrench into the development of Warbonds, because I bet they were kind of banking on the fact that, you know, we would think of alternate mechs kind of like alternate rocket launchers, and we'd be okay with it. But, you know, obviously people were very unhappy with mechs being added to Warbonds, so yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if the normal Warbond is maybe a bit delayed, or just, you know, they're in a bit of a limbo as they like reorganize. Because like a Warbond is like organized like 6 months in advance, so it probably is quite the task for them to reorientate everything that was going to come out. Leviathan is Cancer incarnate. Please no more like this. I like the Leviathan. The Leviathan as it currently is now, I like. My only thing that I'd like to change is that it should be a side objective to kill some. And if you kill enough of them, they like disappear for the rest of the map. Just, I want them to be incentivized to kill them. Right now, it feels like a waste of time to kill them, because they usually just fly off anyways. But if you had an incentive to kill them, that they would like maybe disappear, I think that'd be a really good change. But it's also kind of like the Hive Lord, right? The Hive Lord is arguably just as annoying as the Leviathan, but if you go kill the Leviathan, he doesn't bother you for the rest of the mission, right? I don't mind mechs and Warbonds, no different than stratagems and Warbond. Personally, I said the same thing. I looked at the differences in the mechs as the same as I would look at the differences in a support weapon. So like when they added the Epoch, for instance, I just saw the Epoch as an alternative to the Quasar, right? Instead of having unlimited ammo, it's just more AoE, you know, larger, faster DPS, right? A very similar weapon in scope. One was free, one was included in a Warbond. So I found the mech addition to not really bother me that much. But I did understand the feedback of we miss having like free stratagems as part of MO rewards. And I thought that feedback was really strong, and I agreed with that for sure, because I felt the same way that we, you know, other than the tank, which was given to us free like a couple months prior, we've been pretty low on like red stratagems and just like free stratagems in general over that previous year. Because that previous year, other than the tank, we got the grenade battlement, right? The grenade emplacement, which is like good, but you know, that's it. We haven't seen anything else. So I think people were more just upset that that was not happening more, and then instead of giving us a free stratagem for MOs, they were putting them in the MOs, or in Warbonds, but you know, I think it was just, yeah. I think there's going to be an overcorrection by Arrowhead, and I don't think we're ever going to see a vehicle in a Warbond, which is not the worst thing, but it might also mean that they don't focus as much on vehicles. But I'm actually against stratagems and Warbonds. Personally, I'm not, because I think we would have gotten way less stratagems if they weren't in Warbonds. Because at least they can justify the development of lots of stratagems in Warbonds, because we pay for them. Or some people pay for them, right? Because, like, as someone who's been here since, like, before, like, stratagems were showing up in Warbonds, War bonds were pretty boring overall, unless it was like a super exciting primary weapon or grenade that showed up. But those are few and far between. Most of the exciting parts in a war bond tend to be stratagems. And I think it justifies, you know, the development of more stratagems if we pay for them, right? Versus, you know, things that we get for free. Walrus, Jesus Christ, that's rage bait. Maybe not really like the community, but I think the strat in the warbond is not that big of a deal. At the end, it's still free. I think a lot of people have been falling behind on warbonds, so a lot of people I think have been feeling more of the squeeze of like, or the pressure to buy super credits. But obviously that's the point of the system, is that, you know, someone needs to buy super credits somewhere so the wheels keep spinning, you know? There's quite a few Helldivers that I think got used to always having enough super credits for every warbond, even though they didn't play that much, and their supplies might be running low, and, you know, just seeing anything in a warbond that they might like and then not being able to get it for free, I think is like bothersome to some. I think they need to put some free for new players. I think they need to put some free regardless, right? It's just a nice thing to do, especially in MOs. And I think they've heard that feedback, and that's why they're doing the campaigns like they are now, which is good. I like what they're doing with the campaigns. You know, I always thought that like we should get more like just random cosmetics, especially, you know, and then occasionally stratagems, you know. So the fact that they removed them was disappointing. For the last year of Helldivers. I mean, I was happy to see the tank show up, but, you know, we had been without a new stratagem for, you know, almost a year at that point. Hey, thanks, Zoomy Doo. How are you? Payday bitches. Hey, dude. How are you? Did you ever review what the stratagem going to be? No, they haven't said. I think the suspicion is that maybe a new red strategy because we haven't seen one in a long time, or it's going to be something like the supply FRV, or sorry, the flame FRV. Yo, they see me do good snipe on Draxel. Hell yeah. Not a big fan of vehicles and warbonds, but I'm less of a fan of them being time-gated campaign rewards. Yeah. I mean, I think everybody can agree that the supply FRV rollout was poorly managed, or all these campaigns have been poorly managed in that regard. Making them FOMO is quite anti-consumer in that regard. It's very uncharacteristic of Helldivers, which sucks. But I'm hoping it's because of technical or things that they're building in the background rather than actually doing it because they want logins or something like that. FOMO's the worst. Yeah, it's just not like some FOMO, a little bit of FOMO is okay. You know, wanting to be there for like big events in game, like the invasion of Super Earth, that's okay. That is FOMO, but I think those are like acceptable moments. But random MOs that have rewards, and then you won't be able to get those rewards for, you know, and that they actually affect gameplay. You won't be able to get them for many months. That's something that they really, really need to avoid and not do. It's not a good strategy, and it will, you know, it will offend players. It will bother them. I'm bothered, and I'm here for it. Because I could easily be busy with another game right now, and then, you know, I would begrudgingly have to come play just to get the reward, you know what I mean? I don't think that's a good idea. Do song requests use YouTube or Spotify? YouTube. I'm actually gonna quickly heat up my food and my tea. I forgot to grab. I'm getting a little thirsty. I didn't get the purple cape because they weren't clear about it. Well, let me tell you, any large moment in HD2 every 6 months has a cape tied to it. That's just a given. They weren't clear about it, but that's happened every single time. Large moments in HD2 have capes. It's always been that way. So this campaign, for instance, will have a cape. I'm sure it will release at some point.
Surprise, motherfucker.
It usually takes a couple weeks before we see it. Yo, Cosmic with the gives us up as well. Thanks, humans, dude. Oh man, appreciate you. That's very kind. My jaw hit the floor when I saw the October date. Yeah, I feel like they should have explained why it's October, because it just leaves us to speculate. You know, it just seems so weird that it's October. Like, I feel really bad for anyone who's like without the supply FRV or the hyena. It just, I'm coping and I'm hoping that it's because of some kind of system or progression they're trying to add, and that's when the due date for that to be done is, maybe. But alas, I don't know. I really don't. Yo, another good snipe. Things humans do with the gives us up to peak. Thanks, man. Good snipes. Good snipes. You doing 360s in your chair too? Hey, Kuma. What's happening with October? That's when the supply FRV becomes available to people who weren't there for the MO, Akuma. Which was kind of sad. You know, that it took this long. Or it's going to take, like, what, 3 months? For it to show up for people? 4 months? That's, yeah, I don't know. Do you think Arrowhead will give Xbox players the yellow and black and silver armor? Which one's that? Wait, which armor? Wait, which one? I'm trying to think of like this one? Do Xbox players really not have it? They said at some point pre-order armor is going to be available to everybody. Maybe all of these kind of like armors are going to be given to everybody. Like, is this what you were asking about, Jesse? Maybe the personal order remaster. Yeah, they said there's going to be personal campaigns. And my cope was always that personal campaigns would be like side quests for you to go get stratagems that you missed or rewards that you missed. And I think that's a good idea, but they didn't state that that's actually what personal campaigns are going to be used for. So I don't know. And this is one of those, like, I feel like they're being a little secretive on how we're unlocking this stuff. And they probably should be a little more forward about that. You know, maybe they're worried that, like, you know, they're putting themselves in a box that maybe they might change their mind on certain things, which is fair. That does happen in development. Maybe they feel like they go in a different direction, but I don't know. Probably not the best idea. EXO players don't have the yellow armor and the silver armor too. Oh, yeah, that's right. The silver armor. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there. These were given to us for free at some point. I don't remember when. I hope that there'll be personal campaigns. That would be a good way to implement personal campaigns, right? To get this armor stuff, and you just got to go do a thing or donate samples or donate medals, and then you get it, right? Like, imagine you got to go, you know, kill 50 bug holes, and then you get yellow or like model citizen. We love war dogs. What up, still no life? Good to see you, buddy. How are you? I can't wait to play with you.
Motherfucker.
Congratulations on all those subs the other day, by the way. Or were you not? Sorry, I can't remember that. Annie was telling me about all these subs. That was wild. Yeah, dude. That was insane sounding. And he was like, oh, look at the emote I got. And I was like, where'd you get that? And she wouldn't tell me who got the subs. We had to pry it from her. It was like, oh, it's Appetite the voice. Oh, that's sick. Good for you. I mean, I knew you guys had an oiler, but that's wild. That's so cool. Speaking of oilers, thanks, Human Dude. Thank you for the 5 gifted on top of the gifted subs to Peak Cosmic Draxel. Appreciate you, buddy. Very kind. Thank you for supporting the stream. I'm done. I'm not made of money. I really appreciate you. That is very kind, dude, to share your paycheck with me. Thank you. I hope I can bring you some content that you enjoy. I got the game when it came out on Xbox, and I got the pre-order armors too. So you have stuff that a lot of people don't have, Jesse. There's a lot of people that don't have the pre-order armors that are actually very jealous of you. So at least take solace in that. If you tell a bunch of PC players that you have the pre-order armor, they're jealous. So yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna heat up some food and get my tea. I'll be like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. What's for dinner? Play full of democracy, no doubt. For sure. Well, it's actually just some fish with some tartar sauce. I'm Jelly. I regret not pre-ordering for the armor, although the joke's on me because I only use heavy armor. True. True. I mean, everybody's going to get the pre-order armor at some point. We just don't know exactly when. We just got to be a little patient on that one. My guess is actually pretty soon. Because the 1-year anniversary to the Xbox release just happened. So I want to say it's pretty soon. Ooh, while I eat, are you guys down to watch the Fabled gameplay trailer? The Fable gameplay trailer. Sorry. Not Fabled, Fable. I haven't watched it yet, and I kind of want to watch it with you guys. Fable.
Hi there, I'm Connor Cross, Art Director at Playground Games, and today I'm excited to show you a brand new gameplay demo of Fable. In this demo, we're going to show you an early quest in the game. You'll see cinematics, exploration, choices, and combat. Exactly how you'll experience it when we launch next year on February 23rd. And it all takes place against the magnificent backdrop of Albion's capital city, Bowerstone. Bowerstone is home to over 400 of our living population. Fable's handcrafted, they all have their own jobs, traits, hobbies, families, and homes. And you can interact with every single one of them.
Is that a woman? Yeah.
Bowerstone is huge, with over 130 homes and more than 30 businesses to be found across the city. And you can buy them all, if you have the gold.
Sheesh.
And of course, you can go inside all of them. I'm currently in the Market District, which, as the name implies, is full of businesses. If you're interested in changing your appearance, Crown Hairdressers is over on the right. And up on the left, we have Stitch Please, Butterfield Market's high-end tailors.
Stitch, please. That's pretty funny.
In fact, I've been quite busy between heroics. I've already purchased a home and started a family. I've done some shifts at the bakery to make gold. And I've helped out a few of the locals, as there are many people in Albion in need of a hero.
It's really going to feel like a living, breathing world, you know?
Let's go and check in on
I love the idea of this game. I can't wait to try it.
This handsome chap is Elliot.
Game is this? Fable.
Looking good, darling.
He has his own job, hobbies, routine, and memory. Like the rest of our living population, he's not scripted set dressing. He has emergent behavior powered by real-time systems.
I love that. And they'll react to like how you play the game and stuff like that. It's neat.
And he lives here with me and our daughter Daisy.
Where do babies come from?
Homes come in many different shapes, sizes, and prices, and all of them are richly detailed and full of life.
So glad I married all of that.
Right, back to our story. So far, I've been searching for the Heroes Guild, a traditional home of heroes in Albion. I'm looking for someone to help our grandma and village, who've been turned to...
Is there a release date? I think it's like February, no?
Serious hero in a red cloak.
It'll be full price. It'll be like a full price game. $70 probably.
A key from my adoptive brother, Connor.
All right, Con. Let's try this key.
Welcome to the Heroes Guild, home of the legendary guildmaster Humphrey the Golden.
I think it's Xbox PC exclusive, but I'm not exactly sure if it's on PlayStation or not. Game Pass? I would assume so, but it might be like one of those, like you might have to pay, you might have to pay like the extra price to play like on the first week or whatever. Doesn't look like an issue too. We're just taking a break and watching the Fable gameplay trailer.
Yeah, please, thank you.
A large beer. Right.
As
Hello,
the
Jesse.
saying goes, never meet your heroes.
This game actually looks like the last Dragon Age game. It's a similar art style, I think. Yeah. It looks more gritty though. I feel like the last Dragon Age game was more like softer and more colorful. Game is this Fable.
Throughout your adventure, you'll be faced with choices, some of which are huge, world-changing decisions. Others are smaller, but all of them have consequences. The key thing to remember is that every choice can get you a reputation.
Oh, you took your bloody Oh, right.
Forza Engine. Gotcha.
Hero. Yeah. Yeah, of course you are.
I need your help.
Now I'm finished. Guild's closed.
My nan used to tell stories about you. She
Your
said,
Nan. If you're some kind of mega fan, I think I've still got some merch out the back. Got shields with my face on. Sort of tabard things.
she's trapped. They all are. My whole village. There was a woman in red. That she could have been a hero.
The shaky hand cam.
Hero.
Oh Jesus.
You'll work it
That's
out.
that Fable personality.
And what about you? You're being evicted. You gonna tell me what happened?
I mean, I'm not particularly proud of it, but I ran up a few debts. I don't like to talk about that. I reached out to a
It's almost like there's a film crew following her around.
commissioned him to
It's a weird
to my image in a
take on the
raw
camera.
marble. Anyway, I don't know what I did wrong, but guys wouldn't pay
Yeah, the
me.
last Fable game was a long time ago. I don't remember the last exactly though.
I did what anyone would do, and I went down to Ronnie's place.
You lost the Heroes Guild on a bet. It's fine.
We down on the major order? No.
I'll get it
We still
back.
have very much a chance.
And your gold.
You're not listening. I meant what I said. I'm done.
I'm not doing it for you.
So, I'm off.
Gives
to
me the
build
Office
these
IT credit.
platforms.
Exactly. Yeah. Mockumentary almost.
Fortunately, I don't have to go far.
It's interesting. I
before
didn't
get
expect them to do that for this game.
And we're about to
But-
meet Billy, part-time playwright and full-time orphan, who's bringing Humphrey her latest script.
Fable always had this kind of quirky sense of humor in the way they do things,
What's going on
so
here?
I guess I'm not too surprised.
A new hero. Mind if I take notes?
Keep your nose out, mate. Slick Ronnie sent us. She wants old golden
Best
balls
level
evicted,
for
and we're happy
XP
to
farming in
oblige.
HG2 Maple? Do you have a guide? No, but I also don't recommend XP farming
This
unless
doesn't need to get
you need to
farther.
hit level 25.
Whoa, giving villains a chance to save themselves? So
I don't want you to burn out. There's literally no point in leveling up after 25. It's just purely
The guild's
nothing.
hers. So that means you're trespassing.
Yeah, Fable always had this like kind of quirky fantasy vibe, right? But they try to do some like cool like world building and stuff like that. Like there's always been a very interactive world in Fable games. Is it like Dark Souls? No. This is like I would almost classify this as like goofy Witcher or quirky Witcher in a way. Or like quirky Dragon Age. But with a more like living and breathing world. Like it's very much like a living, breathing world. As they were talking about earlier in the trailer, it's like they have 400 characters in the city that you can interact with. You can choose to marry one. You can choose to hate one. You can steal from this one. You can steal from that one. You can have a good relationship. You can have a bad relationship. So
which one are you?
it's you very much build a character and you can build a reputation. So it's more like Hogwarts. No, because Hogwarts is narrow-minded. It's purely like Harry Potter, and it's like you don't have much choice or leverage over anything. Shrek, yeah, it's kind of like the Shrek world. Yeah.
Mr. Golden to star in the musical, make Mr. Golden happy again.
Like overall, it's an RPG, right? Like The Witcher and stuff like that. But it's not as serious. It doesn't take itself as serious. There will be serious moments in Fable games, but it's always like undertoned with like a quirkiness.
Hero business, so I'm just gonna wait here for Mr. Golden. He has to come out eventually.
The UI and graphic style look like Hogwarts. I can see that. It's fantasy at the end of the day, right? Like I get that.
But I've got these to recover.
Is Goofy not just like old RPG games? No, I would recommend watching gameplay.
And explore the open world.
I would recommend watching gameplay of like previous Fable games to get what I mean. But like, it does quirky things, like not goofy in the sense of like you're watching like a cartoon or something like that, but it in more of like it does a writing style that is quirky. It does like voice acting that's quirky. Like characters in general don't act like you would expect in like a serious game, you know, if that makes sense. But they're not like outright goofy. Like not everybody's like constantly trying to crack a joke and stuff like that. It's just, it feels very unique. It's very refreshing for Fable games. I played, I think, Fable 1 a little bit with like a family friend who had an Xbox, but I've basically watched the rest because I never had an Xbox growing up. No, because Oblivion is way more like real, right? There are moments where you have like a side quest in Oblivion that's like quirky and stuff like that, where the devs have a little bit of fun, but you're going to see a lot more of it in this game. It's hard to explain. It's something you got to kind of to see.
Spend my skill point on blades, a spell which is great for crowd control. I'll equip it now.
2 is kind of dark.
You never know when you'll end up in a fight.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
My weapons with new combos.
Like there's dark moments and there's like serious moments in Fable games, but the average world interaction can be very like, I don't know if I'd say whimsical. I think quirky is a great word for it. That's how I've always thought about it, at least.
It suffers from poverty and unemployment, and it's very cramped and crowded. So I'll use my wisp to help us navigate there.
My dad loves Fable, so I'll have to ask him. Yeah, okay. There you go. It just has a very unique feel. It's not like other RPGs.
It's your actions that determine what people think about you. If you wanted, you could even influence the economy in this.
And they're definitely upping the ante.
Question: what type of hero do you want to be?
It's a choose your own adventure novel, and they're very much like that. It's not like Skyrim where it's like
Here we are, Ronnie's pub.
More like just branching paths and stuff like that. It's a lot more organic.
What do you want? Best not be a beer.
Well, the barmaid's clearly not a fan.
Anyone seen my ransom note practice? Oi,
It's open world.
got business with Ronnie or what?
You tell me.
Me? Tell you? I think that's a bit above my pay grade, pal. You'll have to chat to the big dog on the door. She knows Ronnie's schedule.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Or not. We're the slicks. We don't care about manners. Any feedback for me, by the way? I'm on a work experience placement. If I don't make it here, I've got to slum it with the Oakshire gangs, you know?
Try swearing more, arsehole.
Blimey. I could give it a shitting go. Cheers, hero.
Great. I got the info we need, and I was able to give him some very useful advice in the process. Let's hope that helps him out.
You lost, hero?
What? I'm here to see Ronnie.
Good for you. Boss ain't really taking on new clients right now. You got an appointment.
We're on the clock, so this time I'll pay to get through. Although, you can approach this obstacle in a bunch of ways, depending on how you want to play.
Can't you look the other way?
For that amount of coin, I'll look whichever way you tell me to, mate. Why don't you go on through, eh? Make yourself at home, but not too at home. No touching the boss's stuff. She'll be with you shortly.
We're just checking out the Fable gameplay. Taking a quick break.
If I had the guild deeds, where would I stash them?
Our hero is nothing if not resourceful.
Surprised no lock picking minigame, but maybe that's later.
Right. Better get this back to the guild.
Not gonna loot anything else? Man, the loot goblin in me.
Stray too far from daddy, hero. Let me guess. You're lost.
Had a few too many pints, actually.
You smug git. That's quite funny.
Yeah, the more I think about it is the game doesn't take itself too seriously. It's almost like Helldivers like in that regard.
Back in the day, before he shit the bed and fell apart. Not that I haven't enjoyed watching the guild slowly bleed out.
But it doesn't mean that they can't have like good, like heartfelt or like dark moments.
Now you're speaking my language.
And as you can see in the top left, you're like gaining traits on how they think about you and how characters interact with you and how the world interacts with you.
Bit late now.
So you can build like a personality type by how you interact with characters. I love the idea of that bow attack. You have to shoot his legs to knock him over. Rather than the cliche, just aim at his head.
Time to try out our new spell, Blades.
And then he does that.
Crowd control.
So far the combat looks good. I like it.
I'm currently playing on Legend mode, one of our harder difficulties, which is for players who want a more demanding combat challenge.
I'm not like
Make use of all the tools in my arsenal.
I'm not like super impressed by the gameplay, but it's more than enough
Tools that include new spells,
for me,
abilities,
you know.
weapons, and upgrades, all of which combine to create a loadout tailored to how you want to deal with.
Feels like a nod to Skyrim. What, the stealth archer? You sure the quirkiness isn't just like the characters being English? No, because like in the previous dialogue right there, like you get a lot of quirkiness. Like he's a bandit thug asking for feedback on how thuggy he is. Like, yeah, okay, there's some quirkiness in the English accent and their humor, but like that's some pretty quirky humor, right? A thug asking for feedback, and then you could choose to be an asshole to him or actually give him actual feedback, right? You know, like that's kind of Fable. That's a great interaction that I think illustrates Fable's like writing style a lot. You're gonna get a lot of moments like that. You know, because in real life, obviously, a real thug wouldn't do that. And in a Skyrim game, that wouldn't really happen unless it was maybe a side quest that was getting a little quirky, you know? Yeah, he's having interns for a gang, right? Like, that's quirky. It's like, that's... This guy's tanky as fuck. Oh. So it seems like that material that came out of him is like for your skill points, or like to use your skills. Because you have like... So you have like a health bar, and I don't know what the orange bar is. I think that might just be XP. And then you have like power-ups. Like I'm assuming for like your abilities. Not sure. I don't know exactly what that is at the top. Actually, those might be like health potions. Because then I see the 3 on the right. I don't know. trying to learn about this like UI. Not exactly sure.
Now I've got the guild deeds. I need to get them back to Humphrey.
Should find this as a boss fight or a brute. I think it's just a brute. I think this is early game.
But we don't have time for that.
I wouldn't say that's a boss.
So I've shown
But
you
just brute.
Fable's style weaving combat and how you need to use your whole arsenal to deal with enemies on different difficulties. We saw new spells in action. And
Yeah, I don't think that would be a boss fight.
I met Humphrey and recovered the guild deeds. We saw how even the little choices can affect people's opinions of you and build your wider reputation. We explored a small slice of Bowerstone, but there is far more of the city still to discover, and beyond its borders in the wide world of Albion, where each choice shapes your journey. Reputation is everything, and fairy tale endings are never guaranteed. Fable launches February 23rd, 2027.
One of the things in Fable games was that
You to play it.
there was a huge variety of like how the game could be played out, you know? Like you can play it, it's a massive sandbox and the world reacts to you. Like in Skyrim, the world doesn't always react to you on a granular level. It's more of like a butcher's knife. Like if I attack someone, all the guards attack me and I get a bounty on my head, right? But with like Fable, like even just like how you talk to someone will affect how everybody looks at you to some extent, right? There's a lot of like nitty gritty, like faction like systems in that regard. So I think if you're a fan of Skyrim or if you're a fan of like Elder Scrolls games, Fable will be up your alley. If you're a fan of like Witcher, Fable will be up your alley. If you're yeah, it's mostly just like a lot of RPGs, like a lot of like those. Fan of Fallout, Fable will be up your alley. It does look fun. When was the release date on that? Did they actually gave it to us, right? It's like February, I thought. February 23rd. Dude, my God, February is going to be so busy. I should put it in my notepad. I've been meaning to put it out more. Okay, and then Feb 2027. Fable. What was it? 23rd or 28th? 23rd. After new update, far details look blurry, even with scopes. The lights like pixelated. Any issues? Settings? Probably. My guess would be two things. First off, turn off variable rate shading. That's probably what's happening with your lights. Even putting on variable rate shading a little bit will fuck with like the lighting quality and stuff like that. I don't think variable rate shading gives you enough unless you're on absolute potato PC. If you're on absolute potato PC and you are struggling to hit like 60 FPS, turn on variable rate shading. But I do not recommend it if you're on like a mid-range PC that's not that old. You know, if you're not hurting for FPS real bad. Next one, dynamic resolution scaling, turn that off. It might be on by default. Don't go too aggressive with your render scale. Make sure like at 1080p, I wouldn't go anything lower than balanced. I'd probably stick to quality most likely or native if you're at 1080p, but obviously it depends on your graphics card and stuff like that. Don't turn on reflex low latency. You'll actually lose FPS. It's not worth it unless you are super anal about like response times and stuff like that. As far as graphics, nothing in particular will affect that. Maybe upping your sharpness a little bit, you know? This guy doesn't have 4,000 hours in the game. I do. I do have 4,000 hours in the game. 4,367. Good try, though. L rage bait. Saw green orbs. Past, it was yellow and red orbs depending on actions. Oh, is it? So it's some kind of like currency for like how you interact with the world. So I guess killing the thugs gave you green, but killing like maybe civilians would give you red. Interesting. I didn't expect that. But yeah, Coffee, I would say the big things to focus on is your resolution, render resolution, turn off dynamic resolution, variable rate shading, put that to 0. I think a 3060 would be fine. And then utilize some render scale, DLSS. I recommend it. Quality or balanced would be my recommendation. If you're at 1080p. If you're at 4K, that's where you start using like performance or something like that. I mean, you're on a 3060. If you're on a 3060 at 4K, you're crazy. That was for magic strength and something else. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's what they were for? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just trying to understand what that currency was, and I was just like kind of confused. They didn't really explain it. Or maybe they did. I missed it. But anyways, I'm very excited for Fable. Very excited indeed. I think what they've been showing off is very promising, and they've definitely been taking their time to release it, which gives me a lot of confidence that the game will actually, you know, be good. I actually have a question as well. Why do people nut over the 9070 XT for $100 more than 9070? It's only like a 5% worse or something like that. What was it? I think it's VRAM. If I'm not mistaken, the 9070 XT has 16 versus 12. And then on top of that, the 9070 XT has more headroom. But something you can do is you can buy a normal 9070 and then you can flash the BIOS to make it a 9070 XT. It's a little bit of like a hidden thing, if I'm not mistaken. It's not like 100% a 9070 XT, but it's pretty close. I can't remember off the top of my head. Things seem easier, but I would imagine it's probably something like that. I saw Inconsistent Predator Hunters the other day. Quite a few graphical mishaps since the last update. Incandescent Predator Hunters? I haven't seen that. That's weird. Are you on console, Cosmic? I feel like PlayStation has had those. They recently fixed a really bad one for like seeing things through walls and stuff. I remember another one of my viewers was telling me about it, but yeah, I don't know. I bet it's variable rate shading just being weird. Variable rate shading is one of those settings that is like interesting, but I feel like in more circumstances rather than not in games, like variable rate shading does not work out for the consumer. Like I genuinely think it just makes more artifacts and just makes things look worse. Ever seen something like that? It's usually just a pink. The one I bought is 16 gigabytes. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know. I mean, 5% increased performance for $100 is not the worst cost ever. I think it's supposed to be less than that, but I could be wrong. I think that just might be like, I don't know if that's MSRP. Oh, I think we got a cheater in the game. That guy is shooting his gun like no other. Let's see. I think that guy's cheating. That's not a normal sound. Can you report him? Yeah. The reporting feature in the game is not very good though, so I don't know if it actually does much. The best way to report someone would be like through Zendesk, but it's not really worth my time. He died to a cluster bomb. It's funny. Pretty bad shear. Doesn't even have God mode on. Show me the cheats. What's he got? What's he shooting at? Oh, he's got speed. Speed hacks. Yeah, he's got speed hacks on. And he's shooting his... Yeah, he's shooting his purifier full auto, basically. Full charge, and he's got speed hacks on. Whoops. Oh no. Whoops. Oh shit. Oh, I was trying to shoot the bug, man. You can call in his stuff again. He just died to a hell pod. Oh my god, this guy is fucking trash. God damn, bro. It's been a while since I ran into a cheater, dude. It's been a while. I don't remember the last time I ran into a cheater. We'll come a couple more times then we'll leave. How do you find super rare samples? I can never find them. The best places I tend to go is don't go to a planet like this. Go to a planet that has like good visibility, usually clear weather. Go to the center of the map on a high angle, and then look for like basically an upside down teardrop rock. It's usually gray with... I don't think he's very happy. I don't know what the fuck he is throwing. I think it's an orbital napalm barrage on like 6x speed. Call me in, dude. I'm killing you again. I hope you turned on God mode. I hope for his sake that he's got God mode on, you know what I mean? He turned on God mode, dude. He turned on God mode. Wait, is this guy cheating too? Wait, he's moving too fast too. Are they all cheating? Is this guy also cheating? This guy looks like he's going at a normal pace, I think. This guy might be. Nah, I don't know. He's wearing medium armor. He looks like he's going slightly too fast for medium armor, but I think he's fine. That's super funny, bro. Oh my god. Anyways. Dude literally turned on God mode. It lagged your stream. Oh, it lagged my game, dude. I was down to like 22 FPS there. I'm surprised it didn't crash their PCs. If you have LiDAR on this planet, it's actually probably easier. That's fair. But I think it's better to be on like a planet that has better visibility, personally. There's just the trees and stuff really ruin it. So like Garia is a good planet to go on to. I think Pac Bay is not a bad planet to be on to. I wouldn't recommend that one. Too many trees on Vibrance. Borak, no. That's not a bad one, but a lot of the terrain will be this exact same color as the rock you're looking for. Wouldn't recommend that one. Wouldn't recommend that one. The glaciers are too high. Wouldn't recommend that one all the time. You're basically just looking for a fairly flat map with not too much terrain, and then sit in the middle of the map for a moment, just look around. But you'll just kind of stumble across them, you know, level 6 or higher. This game really needs a report system. It has it, it's just not very good. If you're gonna report someone, you basically should use Zendesk, or like the player support. They actually respond to the tickets. The ones in game, I don't know if they do anything. You can report them, but I just, because this game never got like the PlayStation network support, I think the game was always intended for PlayStation to handle reports and stuff like that. And because that never happened, I don't think Arrowhead ever really like invested in a big like reporting feature in the game. It's there, but it could be cosmetic for all I know. But like I said, if you really want your action to do something, just contact player support, like the actual one with a human. You can report them. You can report them. It just doesn't always do anything. So like cheating, and then obviously block, and like it does it, but it like doesn't do anything, more or less. Like they might be collecting this data somewhere, you know. But other than the block, I don't think it's actually doing anything. There's no feedback that it does anything. But I mean, if you never want to run into that person again, just report them for cheating, put them on block, and then just move on. Yeah, so if you ever play with a cheater by accident and they fuck up your like level, XP, supercredits, or anything like that, contact support and they'll roll you back. Because like I said, there's some people out there with like really high levels but low playtime, and it's probably because they played with a cheater at some point and they didn't realize. Never finish a mission if you suspect someone's cheating, because your stats may get absolutely fucked up. Like samples, credits, XP, all of it. But it says player could not be reported for this action. Never said that for me. It might be something on PlayStation that does that, Cosmic. I don't know. Next time you need to keep ragdolling them, that'd be super obnoxious. Oh, dude. I don't think I had a weapon to ragdoll them, unfortunately. If I had an autocannon, I would just sit there ragdolling them. That'd be really funny. It showed on your screen? I didn't see it. Where is it? I wasn't paying attention, I guess. That's why it gives you the alternate? Oh, I just looked at the bottom part. I didn't read the top. On the block screen. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the last time I saw a cheater. I want to say it was Cyberstand release. I ran into someone spam firing the leveler. Likely a side effect of the PS debacle. Yeah. Like I said, I want to say it's probably because they were probably going to lean on... Oh, that guy's dead. they were going to lean on PlayStation to handle reporting and so on and so forth, banning. But because we never actually linked our accounts and so on and so forth, PlayStation wouldn't exactly be able to do it. I was trying to load his hand can, I was unable to. He was cheating, so I logged out. So because you couldn't load his autocannon, he was cheating? Crossfire might also have been a thing as well. That one is more speculative. But yeah. It's not that they wouldn't be able to do, it's more that being able to ignore the sign up and get around the bans, which defeats the purpose. Yeah. Yeah. Because if you were banned on PlayStation, then they would, you know, obviously stop you from playing, but yeah. You Division 2 gamer? Nah, not really. My thing with Division is that I don't like sitting behind cover to shoot at things. I like more of like a free-flowing combat in video games. So any game that basically forces me to sit behind cover, you know, or like lock to cover, I don't particularly like. Not my thing. But games that allow both, I don't mind and I appreciate. But I felt too heavily incentivized in Division to sit behind cover all the time. I know there are like certain builds and stuff like that you could do to not be in cover, but they were, I guess, a little too few and far between. Because Gears of War wasn't your thing? Not really. I got excited for that PvE mode, Rowan, but I played the PvE mode and I was like 10 enemies on screen at any given time. Only 10. The cool, like, big locusts that came out and stuff like that were cool, but yeah. Just not my thing. Outriders was a game that I actually really enjoyed because it allowed you to choose if you wanted to be in cover or not, and you could build your character around being in cover or out of cover, which I really appreciated. Apparently there's some talk of there being like a sequel to Outriders. I was kind of surprised. Because I didn't think the game did that well. But maybe. Yeah, it was your powers or special powers? Yeah. Play Witchfire? I did. I feel like Witchfire is a bit of an awkward game though. It's trying to be like a mobility shooter, but then often doesn't end up playing out like a mobility shooter. I've always had, like, I played Witchfire from the very start, and I've come back to play several patches, but every time I play it, I get this like weird mixture of emotion when I play it. Like, I'm really happy with the freedom of movement, and I like the characters or the enemy design from time to time, but then I often feel like I'm just kiting enemies away. because they often put you in very restricted areas, like very narrow hallways and stuff like that. So I just kind of end up like hallway peeking enemies a lot. And then because of the very restrictive healing system, like you're very much incentivized to play encounters very slow. I don't know. Like, I'm happy for the people that like Witchfire, but I've always had a hard read on the game. And whether or not I actually like it. Mixture of emotion. It has improved a lot since when I first played it. I did enjoy it more the second time I played it, but still a lot of awkward moments where I'm just like, what is this game trying to be? Is it trying to be a hallway shooter? Is it trying to be like an action-packed, like, mobility shooter? Like, it does sometimes this, sometimes that, but then, like, they kind of contradict each other. Last time I played, I used like a dash build, in which really reduced dash cost to playing a bomb whenever I was dashing. It's pretty fun. It's cool. I can remember doing that as well. Do you have a surge you hate the most? No, not really. Let's see new weapons lately and new maps. That's good. That's neat then. Yeah, I love the build variety of the game. The build variety and the weapons were cool in Witchfire. They were really neat. Maybe I'd enjoy it more now. Maybe they've changed things. But when I played it about... I want to say it was about a year and a bit ago, I was having mixed feelings. Has Witchfire gone to 1.0 yet? Very soon. I'll probably check out the game again when it goes 1.0. See what the final vision is and see if I vibe with it or not. But like, what I'm trying to say though is that I don't think it's a bad game. I get mixed feelings about what the direction they wanted to go in. Because when I played it, it was like they would make certain design decisions that kind of contradict each other. Based on either level design or enemy design. It's very weird. In the very beginning of the game, when I played, there was this really weird decision where every time you leveled up, the world would scale with you. Right? Which on paper doesn't sound like a bad idea. But the problem is that every time you leveled up, you genuinely just felt weaker. Because the world actually outscaled you. Because your benefits of leveling up weren't that high in the beginning of the game. So it genuinely made the game actually feel really bad. Which was kind of sad. I didn't like that at all. But I was like really in love with the gameplay, so I was kind of like, damn, that sucks. When I went back last time, they added a bunch of content, but a lot of the content was like these narrow dungeon areas, which does not play well with like a mobility shooter. When you're constantly in these like tight, cramped areas, having to fight enemies that have like, you know, you want to dodge. So it then turned into like, well, I'm just playing a hallway shooter. But it's like, I want to play it else. I want to play like a mobility shooter. It's just, Do you know what I mean? The vaults, yeah, the vaults were added, and I just felt like they were a completely different gameplay loop, and I'm just like, variety is nice, but, you know, I spent all this time investing in a character that's like high mobility, and all of a sudden I'm cramped and feel like I can't really play the game the way I want. So, I don't know. Maybe I just have to, you know, deal with it. It is what it is. Can't disagree with the vaults. Did you not like them either? The lantern or latent orb content is pretty fun. Also difficult. Which one's that? I don't think I played that. It's changed a lot since then. Okay. Well, you're definitely selling me on the game right now, Cully. I felt restricted in them. Yeah. Cause like I like the base the base feel of the game. It was really fun, like making a build, and I remember the second boss was really lame. I don't remember. It was just the fat guy. He was super lame and way too easy to kill. I don't know if they've made him harder. Like I think I first tried him and I was like, wait, that's it? Because I remember the first boss was actually pretty fun and fairly challenging. I didn't kill him on my first go. Has to be worth another hour or two to see it for yourself. For sure. No, yeah. I mean, I always kind of told myself that I was going to wait for the release of the game to, you know, give it a try and see if I vibe with it or not. Basically, you first clear the entire map and collect divine orbs. Once you reach 30, you can unseal a divine chest on the map, and then the chaos starts. Random world corruption, enemies keep spawning in. Oh, okay, so it kind of turns into almost like a Nazi zombies environment. And is it just like, you just try to see how long you survive? Watching you play Far Far West giving Witchfire? Yes. Yes, Far Far West shares a lot of design cues with Witchfire. Absolutely, I completely agree. Yeah. A lot of similarities there. Yeah, the two games share a big identity with one another. Whereas Witchfire feels more roguelike and Doom-like. Far Far West is a little bit more Helldivers-like. Also, Crimson Moon looks like a melee Witchfire. Dude, I'm very excited to play Crimson Moon. I've been talking about it all this week, right? Like, I'm very excited. I saw a bunch of content creators got early access. Pretty jealous. You no longer collect samples. If I notice there's super low levels in my lobby, I'll pick up samples, but it's not something that I go out of my way to get because I don't need them anymore. But good reminder to check the levels that I'm playing with. Most people at a level 10 don't need samples. They're like a level 100 plus, but because there's a lot of new players, because of the latest update, you know, it makes sense. There's a lot of people that are lower level coming back to the game. I mean, so many samples. Yeah, it takes a while. It's a lot. It's a lot to collect. Oh, by the way, Rowan, I did read your message about the split audio. I'm happy it all worked out, buddy. Check this out. It's Lucia. I mean, you could say she's a model, but I don't know if I would actually say she's a model. You know what I mean? She's a... When I say model, I meant more like supermodel. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like that cliche... Like... That cliche look. Lucia doesn't have that cliche supermodel look. Right? Like the cliche probably puts a finger down her throat. Blonde. You know. They should have a feature to sell it. Sell samples? Like to other players or just sell in general? Like, I still think Lucia is, like, attractive, which is good, right? I'm glad they didn't make her, like, unattractive or anything. Because, like I said, you're going to be staring at these characters for the next 100+ hours. Making them genuinely unattractive is silly to me. You got to make them at least a little bit attractive. You know, they don't have to look like fucking beach babes. You know, they don't have to, you know, be supermodels or anything like that. But just, you know, don't. It goes for male and female, right? Usually they need to be like a protagonist that you can like want to look at. No, that's just the account of the actress playing her. That was confused. Wait, I am so confused. Wait, what are you talking about? What are we talking about? That's just the actress, right? The person who's playing Lucia, right? People saying Jason is too bland. You agree? No, it looks fun. It looks fun. Like, I would say, obviously, he's not as, like, you know, he's a white guy, right? So, I mean, you also, I guess some people will see he gets, like, minus points for not being as, like, you know, as interesting as, like, someone who's, like, African-American or, like, a different, race. But, like, I don't know, he's got the stoic badass vibe going. A little bit of the Arthur Morgan. I think he's fun. Exactly. I don't know what you went on about though. Oh, it was about a previous discussion about like, so when we were talking about it, it was like I was happy they didn't make her just some like gooner supermodel, but I was also happy they didn't make her just some like, you know, super average unattractive person, right? But then I think in that conversation we were like, well, she is a model, and then you showed it off, and I was like, oh, I mean, I'm sure she does modeling, but she's not like the cliche supermodel, which is what I was going at. I think the game is more focused on Lucia than Jason. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I kind of hope it's 50-50. But from how the writing is going so far in that trailer, it did seem like Lucia had more going on. Jason was more just like supporting in a way, but hard to say. People are saying the game's a lot more serious than GTA 5. From the gameplay they showed, I don't know. It's a little bit of both. Because there were moments where it was like pretty funny, like that that Spanish guy was hilarious. The guy that you like, I think he was robbing something and then the cops were following in that car chase. That guy was hilarious, right? He was peak. And then there was that that rich son of the developer in that one mission where they're like the security detail for those like billionaires. Like that guy was being goofy as hell. Like he was some drugged up idiot. I hope the final mission is not to kill each other. Unfortunately, I think that will most likely be a story somewhere. Because I feel like it's too obvious not to have that be somewhere in it. Right? To pit them against each other. And that will be like the showing of their trust. Because like, if we read the IGN article and they were talking about how your romance between the two characters and your relationship between the two characters will be a defining part of the overarching story to some extent, right? Your trust, your relationship, right? So I suspect, you know, there's going to be moments where they're pitted against each other. And it'd be interesting to see how that pans out, right? I think I have to go this way for the line bridge. Raul Batista. Of those cameos and Easter eggs. I mean, there already was apparently the chick and another guy from GTA Online in GTA 6, so I mean, they pretty blatantly just threw it in there. Someone in my chat told me that, so. Bonnie and Clyde ending. He sacrificed locks him out of the last part of the game. You play with Lucia and down the Blaze of Glory. Maybe. Are you gonna go against me? No. Why would I go against you? Please be a secret Bigfoot. That was an Easter egg in GTA 5, right? If I remember correctly. If we play together, say there's co-op, are you going to betray me? No. Why would I do that? Do you think they dropped GTA 6 online, like GTA 5? I don't remember how they dropped GTA 5 online, I'll be honest. I didn't really spend much time in GTA Online. Not really a GTA person. I really like GTA. Played it a lot as a kid. A lot of time playing San Andreas and GTA 4. I didn't have as much time to play GTA 5. I don't know why they're not running forward. You're gonna pivot to a GTA 6 content creator. I'm gonna play it at release, but no. There would have to be some like crazy moment where like for some reason my stream explodes from GTA 6 or something for me to even consider that. Wonder how the RP community will work. Well, if you remember correctly, Rockstar actually bought NoPixel. So we know they're gonna support RP. We just don't know, like, to what extent there will be, but they're definitely gonna be. It's gonna be there. I'm gonna RP stream. Oh yeah? You gonna be as Lucia? I'll play Jason. I'll shave my head, Annie. Is that okay? Yes, yes. Oh, you want me to shave my head? Alright, good to know. I couldn't get over Jason's voice. I feel like it doesn't suit him that much. I don't know. I thought it did. Stoic badass. Big dude. Are you gonna become fat in GTA? Nah, dude. I gotta RP the skinny life. If you shave, you look like the guy from Hot Ones. Maybe. Just go bald mode. I think the only way I would go bald is if I started losing a ass load of hair.
Helldivers. ミッションの座標を設定。オービタルスラスターを起動。起動の動機完了。
Flame turrets and I really hope to be off Gaharan soon so I can use more stuff. It's a pretty boring map to play on after a while just because, like, I miss using all my orbitals, you know? Or not orbitals, my eagles. Eagles just aren't very good on this planet. What up, Barrelicious? Oh, dude. Yeah, the first game back when you're like getting your sea legs, oh bro, it's tough. I get it, man. I get it. Dude, you should have seen me playing Battlefield 6 just the other day. I was struggling. It took me a game to get it back. I particularly like this planet, but can't always have like Hellmire planets all the time. Yeah, no, I like the variety of this map. It's just I feel like the replayability is pretty low because you lose access to a lot of stratagems. It's the same as cave maps, right? For me, cave maps I can only play so much before I just get bored because, well, like you just lose access to so many stratagems. It's like a perfect environment for the flame turret.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thanks so much, Stuart, with the 8 months. My man, welcome back. I appreciate the tier 1 helping that partner plus push. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Cheek shot. Partner Plus going strong this month? Yeah. Yeah, it's going a lot better. We had a low point the last couple months. I guess we were just the controversy of Helldivers plus just playing a lot of random games. It is what it is. The blur issue fixed after I set render scale to native. Thanks. No worries, man. I do recommend, if you want some extra performance coffee, to put on DLSS to quality, and then just up the sharpness in the other menu, if you remember I showed you that. Because you do get a decent amount of performance by putting it to quality. It lowers the render resolution, but then it upscales it, right? So it should be pretty similar to native. But then if you add some sharpness, it more or less looks the same. And it gives you some quote-unquote free performance there. Like, I get a 20% FPS bump, more or less, on my setup. Excuse me. Right? It might be similar for you. So, fiddle around with it. There's a balance to be had, I think, for performance to sharpness and stuff like that. But happy I could help, dude. It's been a bad summer for sure. It is what it is. A little bit slower, and I think all the issue 2 controversy definitely didn't help. What the hell are you talking about, Dr. Shatter? Unbutton the top. Oh, okay. Relax. Deep breaths all around, please. It's also one of those things that sometimes my my want to play a game does not match the excitement of the audience. Sometimes I play games that are not as popular, right? Far Far West comes to mind. You know, as much as I'd love to play more Far Far West, it doesn't do great on the stream. 100 opera downloads? Shit. I will unbutton 1 button for 100. I'll unbutton 2 for 200. If that is the Gooner content you guys require, so be it. Is that even allowed on Twitch? Yeah, it's fine. I'm covering up. It's more for like... Okay, I love how Annie asks that and then wants me to properly sexualize by jiggle a bit. That's okay, Annie. That part, no, probably not allowed on Twitch. Jiggle a bit. Give the people what they want, Maple. Get the jiggling. Nice shirt, thanks. I like it. It's comfy. Not too hot. Nice. We got the positioning. Oh, what the hell? Bro, I'm trying to DM over here. Being a female on Twitch is literally cheating. It is both a cheat code and a ceiling at the same time. Can I get across here? I can. 2 land bridges. It's a decent amount of desync with that guy. Just shot me a ton. I didn't take any damage. But look at the boys that got 1,800 gives of subs, though. Explain that. Sometimes you get really lucky and you are playing a game that might not be particularly popular or something like that, and a oiler comes around. And if you could find an oiler, that's insane. Someone with just a lot of money and they'd like to give it away. 1,800 subs? Ah, whatever. You know. No big deal. More often than not, they normally congregate around really big streamers or like e-girls, because they're either looking for the attention of, you know, an attractive woman on the internet, or they're looking for, you know, clout, right? Someone like myself, I'm not big enough to, you know, really find an oiler, and then I'm not a woman, so unlucky for me, I guess. But like, we've had, you know, very kind individuals come by the stream, you know, and be very generous. So I'm not ungrateful or anything. If I donate 20 subs again this month, she'll love me. She'll notice me. But it is interesting to see how, like, different games you play means different players come to your stream, and different different types of gamers have different kind of spending practices, right? So it is quite funny to see the difference in gamers depending on what game you're playing. Like when we played Warhammer 40k, dude, the Warhammer 40k community, they don't give a fuck about money. They're just like, like it's crazy. Warhammer 40k community, they don't, like, money is fake to them or something. I don't know. Do you realize, like, how many gifts and subs we got when playing Space Marines 2 at launch because of the gifted sub drops? Like, bruh. And then outside of that, just in general, it's insane. The Warhammer 40k boys are, woo. Yeah. It's a rich man's game, yeah. Want to get into 40k tabletop? Get into a 3D printer, printing all my models? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's cheaper. Yeah. But you also notice, like, Minecraft, for instance. A lot of kids with their parents' credit cards. A lot of people. Mobile games, too. It's just a different spending practice. Gacha games. You know. Running into the gambling addicts of CS. Helldivers gamers tend to be a lot more fiscally responsible. I guess that would be the word. They're more, you know, oriented in not spending money. Nothing wrong with that, but it is interesting to see. My friend spent 2K on Clash of Clans. Woo! Nuts. Yeah, I could never. Yeah, spending practices of different gamers is, or different groups of gamers is always interesting to see as a streamer. And by the way, the reason why I brought up that is Mistfall. Mistfall is essentially kind of, it has some gacha game mechanics in it. So it does kind of make sense that there would be some spenders hovering around that game, some oilers. Like they have a $3,000 skin in in Mistfall that you can get. Right, straight up, it's like gambling. You have to buy a bunch of spins and then you can get unlucky or lucky to get the skin because you need a bunch of this material resource and it's like random how much material resource you'll get for every spin. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. Damn. Is that 3 mini nukes? Sheesh. 3 mini nukes. Crazy. Is that game dead already? It's on its last legs. Basically, they need to really pop off the next month. Or else I think the game is basically going to just, you know, circle the drain. Like, people will still play it, but it'll be a very small community of people playing. Outside of, like, maybe, like, Asian markets or something. Because it's a Chinese developer. 1 month in, last legs. I think it's a little bit longer than 1 month, but yeah, unfortunately, they have a really bad lag issue when in PvP combat, especially on the second map, which has a lot of PvE. Also, the way they've been balancing the game has not been very favorable. Because it's a PvP game, it'll always be controversial, but it seems like every single update or every single patch, there's like glaring things that they're like basically missing and they should be paying more attention to, but they're not balancing correctly. So there's a lot of like negative player sentiment. Now, to be fair, I think there's always going to be negative player sentiment towards PvP balancing. Like, gamers and balance are like, it's a lot, you know? There's a lot of drama usually. Not normally as much in PvE games unless there's like competitive PvE. Helldivers is unique in that way that there's so much drama constantly in this game, but you know, Mistfall is having very similar drama moments to Helldivers in that regard. Also, there's somewhat of performance. It's a UE5 game, and because the game is a competitive PvP game, there is a lot of expectation to have the game run really well. You know, even though it's not an FPS game, obviously people get very competitive. So because the game isn't like a consistent 240 hertz game, there are a lot of negative feedback on like the performance of the game. Even though I don't think it's a game that needs 240 hertz, but you know, I understand their plight. It's UE5 at the end of the day. It is heavy to run. Sometimes very unnecessarily so. The PvP game market is cruel. It's tough. It is very tough to make a PvP game and be successful. Like, way more niche PvE games exist than PvP games. Because at the end of the day, a game can have like 1,000 players and still be fairly successful and be PvE. Deep Rock Galactic's a fairly good example of that, right? Game doesn't have like a monster like concurrent player base all the time, but you know, there's just enough players that it always feels like you can find a match, and that's good. Oh my god, my fire turret is making this really hard. Is Roadcore still mid as fuck? It's in development. That's what I would say. It started off pretty rough. I like the game and I like the concept, but it's like, it needs more work. They did an update like a month and a half after, and I gotta say I like the game even more now. They made some really good quality of life. I'd probably wait another year before playing Roadcore. Maybe their 1.0 release. The game has a lot of potential, but I would wait. So mid, but not mid as fuck. yeah, we'll say that. It's pretty mid right now. I don't think I would like recommend someone go out of their way to buy it unless they're like a huge Deep Rock gamer and they want more Deep Rock right now. But I don't think it's like a bad purchase now. It's just, you know, I wouldn't go out of my way to recommend it. It was fun. It was fun. I just needs more work. More additions, more bosses, more fine-tuning. But I have hope in the devs. They're good devs, so... I believe it'll be fun. I'm not worried about the game. I should probably help them. It's crazy how easy this variant is. I know a lot of people really like it, but hunters and leapers are just so easy. What's that shotgun? It's called the Double Freedom. It's in the Superstore. It's really good. It's a very good shotgun. I would probably say the Sweeper is a better version of it, but the Double Freedom is very good at like just popping heads on like medium tier enemies. Maybe I already have it. Maybe if you buy it from the Superstore. It's a Superstore purchase. So you don't get it automatically. It's not like a free purchase. You gotta spend super credits. It's a cool ass weapon. It is a very cool ass weapon. ASN Prince Roy. What up, dude? I'll look for it. Sounds good. How's your playthrough? Wig? Oh, Fire Team Elite 2. I played 3 missions and then I refunded it. I was pretty disappointed. I thought the game was a big disappointment. The stuttering drove me nuts. The stuttering only happens the first level, if that makes sense, or the first time you encounter something. It's called render stutter, or fuck, I'm trying to remember the name. A good like that's why they do shader comp, right? Shader compiling is why in some games that doesn't happen, in some games it does. The game having a good shader compilation versus a bad shader compilation will make a massive difference. And Alien Space Marine Fire Team Elite 2 has a terrible shader comp, which is why there's so many bad like stutters when you first start playing. It did get smooth after the second time you play the level, but the first time you play any level, it'll be very stuttery, which is really bad. I'm debating on refunding. I mean, I was able to refund at 3 hours, so give it a try. But if you've played too much, you might not be able to refund. Reminds you of Power Wars Dungeons? Yeah. Anyone play Zero Company? I know a lot of my friends want to play it and are playing it. One of my mods, Naughty Carp, is probably grinding it right now. I'm not a big XCOM fan, so it wasn't for me, but I'm excited for the people that are excited about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Prince Roy, I was super disappointed in the game. For 50 bucks, the game felt like it was 10 years old, and honestly, felt like a DLC for the first game. And then the inclusion of like paid DLC, unique paid DLC that includes content like unique weapons, immediately release, just puts me off. I didn't appreciate it. Like I said, Prince Roy, it'll do that to everybody's system the first time you play a mission. It's the shader comp. The second time you play that mission, it'll be buttery smooth. But the first time, it'll be very stuttery. It is what it is, kind of, unfortunately. Maybe in the future, they'll put a better shader compilation. I like XCOM, but it was too punishing for me. I think that's like the big appeal to it, though. I thought I was the only one. Nah, basically everybody's having that shader compilation problem. Some people are just more sensitive to it, and some people are less sensitive to it. A lot of games, unfortunately, have that problem. That's why it's so important to have a good shader comp. And that's why I'm so happy when there's a good shader comp. Like, I'm sitting there for a minute or two. Like, it's annoying, but it saves so much headache in the long run. How is this game held up? HD2? Really good. Really good. Helldivers has maintained, you know, a really solid pace of, like, development. So a lot of extra stuff. Why did that light turn off? I think that light might be failing. Let me look at it. 1 second. When my lights went out. I don't know. Unplugged it, plugged it back in. It's fine. I'm excited for Kingdom Hearts. I never got into that franchise. Never played any of them as a kid, but I have a bunch of friends that really like them. Apparently the reviews for Zero Company are quite good though. So, which is impressive. Happy to see it, man. Good Star Wars games are sometimes hard to come by, you know? Probably won't get on launch, but I definitely play Kingdom Hearts 4 down the line. Kingdom Hearts 2 is my favorite game when I was younger. I have really good memories of playing the Ratchet and Clank series. Or Spyro. Really good memories. First game I tried to 100%, but got griefed on the last weapon. Damn. Unfortunate. What are the zombie aliens on here? They're called the Illuminate. Oh my god, where all these guys come from? Not a shotgun diver. Which one is this? This is the spray and pray. With short mags, it has a ridiculous amount of ammo. Random hot micer, please stop. Just call the Illuminate the Illuminati. They're not alone. What? What the? I think I barely didn't hit his like leg because he lifted it. This one is from the base Warbond, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is that where the spray and pray is from? I don't know why I've forgotten where it's from. Yeah, it's from the base Warbond. For a very long time, this gun has been like kind of forgotten. Kind of just the worst breaker that there was, but with the short mag change, it's really elevated it. It was pretty mediocre for a very long time, basically, but it's actually like a pretty damn solid weapon now. On the better side for sure. How we doing, Maple? I'm doing good. Really enjoyed watching the GTA gameplay this morning. Saw the Fable gameplay, very excited. I have not seen the Warhammer 40k gameplay yet. Total War gameplay. I still need to watch that. The Exterminauts marketing team reached out to me. I don't know if you guys heard, I said it earlier, but they reached out to me. They want me to do some stuff for it, but I'm not gonna do their campaign, their ad campaign, but I did ask if I can get into their betas. I don't think I'll be able to stream it or anything like that, but hopefully start getting some knowledge about it. The 40k game looking out. Yeah, it's looking really good still. Yeah, I saw some light amounts of gameplay mentioned. I just haven't seen the whole thing yet. Watch out for the napalm brush. A little surprised you aren't using the spray and pray instead of the normal breaker. I am using the spray and pray. The spray and pray feels a lot better than it used to, just because it has so much more ammo. It literally has double the amount of ammo now as the from the normal breaker. The normal breaker has better DPS, like burst damage, but the spray and pray has like more, like total damage because it has so much more ammo. Right? Does that make sense? So it'll be preference on like which one you prefer more, but they're both good. They're mostly just a trade-off. Oh, you thought it was other because it wasn't white. Oh, I make all my weapons like jet black I don't know, I like that. I like that look the most, honestly. Makes it a lot harder to know what weapon I'm shooting, but all good. I like the desert camo. Nice. Incognito. Dark mode. Tinfoil hat theory. Lots of streamers stream GTA 6 showcase. So Mr. Bezos got nuked with the MCA, which is why it was down yesterday evening. Possibly. I mean, there was a lot of copyrighted music as well in their trailer, right? All Twitch was dead for 30 minutes. Yeah, I didn't experience that, but maybe. Maybe, Carl. Which is pretty crazy. Like, Twitch, as much as we like meme on them, they haven't really had outages like that. They occasionally have like a server mess up, but for the most part, they're like very consistent. We watched everything on YouTube. Netflix was also down for a while. Damn. Oh yeah, it's exactly what I wanted from like a gameplay reveal of GTA 6. I completely agree with Factory Strider. Like, absolutely. Absolutely. It was unfiltered gameplay. And it wasn't that spoiler heavy, which was good. They kind of spoiled like a couple missions, like the turning points in certain missions. But for the most part, like, you're either going to forget about those missions or be like, oh yeah. Or it's going to be like, you know, yeah, okay, it's just a few. There's probably going to be like 100+ missions probably, knowing GTA 6. There's always a very long amount of missions. I mean, yeah, that month, there's going to be a lot less productivity. The world's economy will dip a little bit. Everybody's going to take a sick day. Someone want to have my massive headache? Pass. Sorry, bro. That sucks. If they had a Fable system in GTA 6, you can have a wife, kids, and get married. Well, you have a girlfriend. That's the point of the second character, right? That's the point of Jason and what the hell's her name? Larissa? No. Lucia. Having kids, I don't think the timeline of the game is that big. Do you have PS5 to play it? Yeah, I have a PS5 Pro. I basically bought it for GTA about 1.5 years ago, and it was a lot cheaper. I've played other PS5 games since then, but I basically only bought it with the intent of playing GTA 6. I used to have PS5, but I gave it to my sister as a wedding gift. I tend to give the gaming stuff that I don't use anymore to my sister, and she loves it. When's the PS5 giveaway you promised? The PS5 Pro? I'll probably just give it to my... I guess she probably won't care to have it, so... Maybe I will give it away, who knows? Because once I'm done with GTA 6, I'll probably just end up giving it away. Maybe we give it away. I don't know. Fine, I'll take it off of you if you insist. Launching GTA 6 on consoles first is so funny because even the PS5 Pro can't even handle it on 60. Yeah, but I mean, imagine it on PC. You almost want them to take a year to optimize the game more for PC. You know what I mean? Imagine the debacle that would come out if all the 3060 gamers on the planet couldn't run the game at 60 FPS. Right? Because your average console's hardware is pretty similar to a 3060. So, I'm almost glad they're gonna take the year and just like optimize everything shit out of the game properly. The GTA 5 PC release I think was a bit rocky, but the Red Dead Redemption one was really good. That game was very well done on PC. It was pretty damn smooth. I just remember the PS5 one, or the GTA 5 one being a bit spotty. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with GTA 5. I don't think we've heard anything. My guess is going to let the base game live for a while and then announce GTA Online. Because I bet right now they're all hands on deck working on GTA. Like GTA 6. I think it would be kind of silly for them to be working on GTA, you know, 6 and online at the same time in the full capacity. I'm sure some teams have probably already moved over to online because, you know, we're in the final stretch of GTA 6. Like voice actors and stuff are probably working on online already. GTA 5 online dropped 1 year after release. Yeah. I suspect they might not wait 1 year though. But who knows? We'll see. I want to say like maybe 6 months. That's my guess. 6 months after release, we see like GTA Online. We get an announcement maybe a couple months after release. But I mean, I also wouldn't be surprised to see what they do, and maybe they just do like a PC release in tandem with GTA Online. Yeah, another hype wave. I could see that. We'll see. Not gonna lie, I'm not huge on GTA anyways. Maybe play it on PC at some point, but the price of the game, PC components also, yeah. No, I get it. It's a tough time, you know, to upgrade your PC, and then you gotta wait a year anyways, so. The hope is supply will eventually outstrip demand and prices will fall, but that's the hope. It's a Cyberpunk music in the background. Yes, it is. 2030. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. How much is GTA? I think the base game is 70 or 80, and then there's a $20 add-on. Which is like, it feels kind of necessary to get because it is additional actual content, which is very controversial. And honestly, I'm annoyed by it too. But the thing is that there's no hard code on what a game is worth. We tend as gamers to put a price tag on a game of like, oh, that feels like a $40 game. That feels like 60. That's a 70. That's a 30. That's a 10. Right? But GTA is one of those games that it probably is going to be worth the full price, but it does suck at the same time having to pay so much more, right? Like chances are the game will have a crazy amount of high quality content that pushes it into that realm of like, you know, it's worth what you'll pay for it. And I would pay $100 for it. I would, right? But that's at release, right? You know, Marvelous is bringing up a great point, is that gaming is a fantastic hobby because if you just chill the fuck out and wait a year or two, the game will probably be 30% of the price it originally was. I don't think that's a good metric. I don't like the metric of $50 for 50 hours because there's no 2 hours of a video game are identical in a game itself and between different genres and different game genres and different games in general, right? So I've never subscribed to that way of thinking because I think it's quite flawed. Like 2 hours in Warframe is not the same as 2 hours in like GTA 5. You know, it's just not the same. Some games just have different types of gameplay loops. And I do think there's like a personal preference of like what kind of, you know, gameplay you're looking for. Are you looking for pure escapism? Are you looking for like something that challenge your brain? You know, there's so much variety to different games and how they play out, right? So, what's up, man? I saw your YouTube videos. First time on stream. Hey, welcome. How are you? Helldivers 2? What do you mean? Oh, we're talking about GTA 6. Sorry, it's a big conversation right now. Like, Ubisoft games, to some people, are, like, totally worth the money, right? It's an unpopular opinion, but some people really like Ubisoft games, even the ones that you might not like, because they're so bloated and filled with shit to do, checklists to checkmark off. Even though accomplishing those tasks is pretty bland, and we've done it, like, a million times in different Ubisoft games, like, some people really like that. You know, they really like just checking off those things as a checklist. Personally, I don't. So those 50 hours I spend doing that are not the same as someone else's 50 hours. Haven't really played GTA games since the top-down ones, PS1. Oh, wow. Jeez. I never played those ones. My first GTA was GTA 3. I think the base PS5 will handle what we saw in extended. I think all the consoles are 30 FPS. I think it's a little unknown if maybe the PS5 Pro might be able to do more, but also didn't like how they put the extended look on Netflix. It released to everybody 8 hours later. It's not that big of a deal. It was a nothing burger. People made a bigger deal out of it than it actually was, in my opinion. It was just a marketing thing. Like cross promotion for like Netflix versus Rockstar. I didn't know about that. Yeah. There's nothing actually exclusive to Netflix, but nobody mentions that. Yeah, everybody thought it was exclusive to Netflix, and everybody freaked out about it like it was exclusive to Netflix. But there's nothing extended, nothing exclusive to Netflix, if I'm pretty sure. And regardless, people uploaded it to the internet immediately anyways. So it's like, it was the reason why they did it is just pure marketing to get the normies interested in about GTA 6. It was like 6 or 8 hours. I don't know what the window was, but dude, I saw it uploaded to YouTube immediately. Like it was over the internet. Like it wasn't really exclusive. It was exclusive. You know? So it was just marketing. It was just marketing, but people took it the wrong way and just assumed everything. Like they just wanted the normies to find out about GTA 6. That's it. Anyone who spends any amount of time on the internet would know that, like, dude, that shit's gonna be on the internet in like 2 seconds. They'll try and take it down, but it's up. I was watching the trailer on YouTube and it came out, and 2 copyright strikes while I was watching it. It's an ad that was exclusive to Netflix, an ad. Yeah, but that's the thing. It wasn't actually exclusive though, right? Like, and it wasn't quite an ad. It's more a trailer. People really haven't seen gameplay of it. So it's more than an ad. Like, I think it's, you know, we literally just haven't seen gameplay of it. So everybody was just curious about what the fuck we're looking at. It's marketing material. Yeah, exactly. You just gotta find a good streamer that doesn't do that. But they're there. Hi. I just wasn't streaming at the time it went live, or else I would have. But apparently Twitch went down with all the craziness that happened. Apparently. What does 5M do again? I don't remember 5M. Twitch can handle viewers, which is insane because they have some crazy traffic usually. They programmed the RP framework for GTA 5. Oh, okay. They did the NoPixel stuff. Is that who NoPixel is? I know they bought out NoPixel. I can't remember. Is that their actual dev name? It was 5M. NoPixel is a server that used 5M. Yeah, okay, yeah. I couldn't remember the relationship there. I just remember NoPixel being bought. Couldn't remember the jargon of the fine details. Ow. Well, it didn't brick your Twitch. You just couldn't access the website for a bit, Evan. You could have just gone to YouTube. Sometimes only showing GTA 6 streams. I mean, I'm sure most people were just reacting to it at the time. Playing before going back to work, and since you do mechs when do mechs close bug holes? Mechs could always close bug holes if you shoot at them. Mechs do not close bug holes if you walk on them. They've never done that. There was this urban legend that they did, but it's usually like a correlation does not equal causation situation. Something else is happening in your game to cause it to close. Either a charger getting too close, a ball titan stomping, someone else shooting at the same time you think you're stomping on it. Your mech being destroyed at the same time. A lot of different things it could be. This guy not have an AMR? The fuck? Must be completely out of ammo or something. Is falling in close bug holes in a mech? It shouldn't. That's what I thought, but I triple checked. No enemies. I walked onto several holes and crushed them. Yeah, we could try it, but... something do be bugging. Like the new POI with the free magnet school. Might be a bug on the biome. I don't know. The mechs just don't have that capability because they don't have that kind of destruction force. They can't do it anywhere. They can't break the walls. They can't do anything, right? The only thing I can think of is maybe some like crazy desync and you were like dragging the body of a charger around somehow. And the body of a charger has enough destruction force to do it. Maybe. But the thing is that like I play mechs all the time, even on this planet, and none of them stomp close. I've been playing a lot of them even today on this planet, so I don't know. Getting definitely close enough to stomp them closed. Is it possible to hit the inner hitbox with a stomp? Once again, the stomp doesn't have enough destruction force. So even if you could hit the inner, it doesn't have enough destruction force. It's a pass-fail system in this game. It's not like a health bar, right? So either it does or it doesn't. It doesn't count as explosive, exactly, right? That's what I mean by, like, it needs to be able to hit the pass-fail. So for a bug hole, it needs to hit 30 explosive, and it needs to be explosive. Or... no, it's 40 on the outside, isn't it? No, that's big ball tightness. It's 30 on outside, 20 on inside. 40 for the big ball tight nest. But then it's not flagged as explosive, so it doesn't do it. It wasn't stopping, it was just walking. Oh, so that, yeah. Walking has like 10 demolition force, I think. So it can like blow up fences and stuff, but nothing more. 40 is outside according to Wiki. I thought it was... I don't know. I thought it was 30 for outside. Maybe it's a distance thing, though. Because 50 is, like, bigger things, like, we're looking at, like, objectives and stuff like that. Haven't played for a while. You running medium or light? I'm running medium right now. But usually on bugs, it's light. Now, since we're having this conversation, I've suggested many times that I wish the stomp, if aimed inside the hole, would destroy it. Because it would give a nice leveling playing field to all mechs. Because right now, some mechs are just straight up better than others because of their ability to close bug holes. Like how good they are at doing it. Some just can't. But I wonder if there's something weird going on with like the shield or something. Like which mech were you in? Maybe the breakthrough mech has something weird going on where like the shield clips into the bug hole. It destroys it or something. Because they did recently just fix the Shaka mech's like arm. The arm itself was like sticking through the shield and sometimes just blowing up. Even though the shield should have been blocking everything. So maybe something happened in that. to cause the bug. I don't know. We'll try it out. I'll go into like a level 1 mission. I want basic one, the rocket. Okay. Well, that theory goes out the window. And you were solo? Like nobody else around? Like nobody else in the mission? No Bile Titans. Impalers? Impalers can kill it. I'm trying another mission, it doesn't work anymore. I just think there's some kind of outside factor with like an enemy. You joined a lobby and a guy left. Maybe the session was modded. That's a good question. That's a very good question, actually. So yes, no enemies. Be a geometry bug. Yeah. There's these things sometimes with like enemies' corpses. And like you can drag a corpse around. And it's potentially like, if it's a charger's corpse, for instance, which does have enough destruction force, it could have destroyed it. Because a ragdolling charger can destroy a bug hole, right? Shield Bash has a note that they're currently not an understood mechanic allowing it to destroy things it shouldn't. Like what? I haven't used a breakthrough that much this patch. The enemy's bigger when not alone. Very confused. You destroy colony walls even though it's only 30 demolition. That is weird. That is very weird. Okay, yeah, because it needs 40 in order to do those colony walls. That's why Dynamite and the Melta Bomb, for instance, can. Or Giga can. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so if you told me the breakthrough is the one you were using, I could see it as more plausible that there's some weird bug going on with it. But a normal mech? I don't know. I've been using them quite often lately, and I've been definitely stepping next to bug holes and they've not been destroying it. Remember to fix the flamethrower mech before I try using it. I'll be honest, I don't know what their intentions are with the flamethrower mech. Are they just going to give it a cremator, or are they going to keep it the way it is? Because they keep saying it's not working as intended, but like, what is intended for them? I don't know. My intention was that, or what I think is that they're trying to make it like the flamethrower turret. The flame turret has a different type of flamethrower to the cremator or the normal flamethrower. It's longer range, but deals less direct damage, but it's very good at lighting things on fire because it has extra range and so on and so forth, right? Which I think is fine. It's a little underwhelming on the cremator, but, or sorry, on the lumber, but I think the lumber is still a very good weapon if you recognize that the flamethrower doesn't do that much damage, and you should be using it more to set things on fire, not to do direct damage. Remember when everyone was like, if you're lead enough, you could one hit? Yep. I remember that all too well. I was gaslit for fucking months about it. I like cookies. And then they nerfed rail cannon or railgun. Everybody thought they fixed it. They didn't. It was bugged for another 2 months, so you can continue one-shotting Ball Titans if there's a PS5 host. People just didn't know. I was so frustrated trying to hit the tiny hitbox. I knew it wasn't a tiny hitbox almost immediately. I knew something was wrong with that assessment. Because I spent about an hour trying to hit the quote-unquote cheek shot, and then I was like, okay, it doesn't exist. There's something else going on. So what I did was then I was like, okay, what's the other thing? I play a lot of Destiny, and Destiny has a lot of host bugs, so it was pretty... It happened in one of my games, and I was like, I immediately thought, okay, PlayStation? Is there any PlayStation people in the lobby? Okay, there was. And we kicked everybody out, and then just the PlayStation player. Okay, it still works. And then I hosted the next round and with a PlayStation player. It didn't work. So I was like, okay, now you host the next one. And I was like, oh my god. We discovered it. Like the PS5 Halo campaign has evolved assault rifle? Wait, what happened? I played Halo campaign evolved. The dregs were bugged, and I think it was doing more damage depending on how much frame rate you had. Silly. Super dumb. They do something about the DSS going offline randomly or battling in the void. Yeah, they kind of just dropped that story beat. I don't know what happened with it. It's a cool narrative, but it just kind of ended. So, yeah. Do you think we should be able to donate our medals elsewhere as well? It'd be nice if there's just more things to spend in the late game on, like cosmetics in general would be nice. They need more of a sink for metal or samples. Metals less so. Most players, like the vast majority of players, are not in our position where we have an exceeding amount of metals and nothing to spend them on. You know, it's a pretty rare issue for the vast majority. So like they probably won't spend time developing a system specifically for us. Most players are behind on war bonds and they need medals. It's pretty rare to be a gamer that literally has, you know, no medals to spend on or anything. Had other inconsistencies or not understood mechanics, so it's like entirely possible it would have been designed tiny hitboxes. I didn't see it that way. Because even when I looked at gameplay footage of people doing it, it was never consistent. Cookies. It was very obvious from footage, because I watched a lot of footage. I watched Pips, Crazy Mr. Pips do it. I watched a bunch of other content creators do it and show it off. And then I did it as well. And I quickly realized that, like, it didn't matter where you shot. If you could one-shot, you could one-shot. Right? So there's something else happening. So that's when I started looking elsewhere. Because they weren't just shooting at the cheek. Some of them were shooting the forehead. Some of them were shooting the mouth. Some of them were shooting where their eyes might be. Some were shooting the chin. Like, it's just... Okay, so to finish next story, there was a lot of rocky bits around the holes that break with the mech. Maybe it was a weird interaction, crushing damage. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't see that much play. Well, you didn't have to be a PlayStation gamer to do it, Cookies, right? If you were a PlayStation gamer, you're actually less likely to see it. There just had to be a PlayStation host, and then the 3 other players got the bug. Didn't matter if you're a PlayStation or PC. So if you were a bunch of PlayStation players playing together, one person couldn't do it, everybody else could. If you're in a lobby with 3 PC players, 1 PlayStation player, 1 PlayStation player couldn't do it, 3 PC players could. And then, dude, when I figured that out about the PlayStation bug, people were gaslighting me with like, I'm a PC player and I'm always host and I can do it. And what they didn't realize is if you have a shit PC, the host would often swap to a PlayStation player in your lobby because the PlayStation's CPU often outperforms a lot of gamers' CPUs. Or if the PC player had a bad connection, let's say they're on Wi-Fi, it would often swap also. The way I proved this was I was hosting a lobby and had a PlayStation player with me. I shot at a Bile Titan, couldn't one-shot him. Tried again, couldn't two-shot him. What I did was I turned on Process Lasso. And what it does is I can nerf my CPU. And I nerfed it down to 2 cores, 4 threads. And then within 30 seconds, I was able to one-shot the Bile Titan. And then one-shot another Bile Titan. And then one-shot another Bile Titan. Because what happened there was the game recognized that my CPU was struggling really hard and gave it to another player to be the host. It was a wild time at the beginning of HG2. I was so frustrated with the community because they were being so obnoxious about not believing me. I had to go to such lengths to prove that it was a PS5 host bug. Oh yeah, they fixed it like, I think 4 months into the game. But the funny thing is a lot of people thought it didn't work anymore when they nerfed the railgun. But it had nothing to do with the railgun. People just naturally stopped using the railgun when they nerfed it and didn't realize the bug was still there. When you had a PS5 host, your support weapons did more damage to Bile Titans. It was support weapons also. We figured that out. It had to do with support weapons. It wasn't actually have anything to do with the railgun. The railgun was just very good at penning Bile Titans, and people liked the railgun because it was good versus charges at the time. Very good. It was like OP, right? No, they nerfed the railgun because of chargers and how good it was versus chargers. Because at that time, if you remember, chargers were a lot harder to kill at that point in time. And AT options were like just worse than the railgun. So they ended up nerfing the railgun not for that reason, not because of Bile Titan one-shots. It's a common misconception, but the bug lasted much longer than that. Yeah, this was back when chargers were a lot harder to deal with because we didn't have as much anti-armor. And then the ideal way that they wanted us to kill it was shooting the butt or to bring AT weapons, right? But obviously people didn't like that, and then thus became the whole thing of them nerfing chargers, buffing our weapons, so on and so forth, right? So, but yeah, it's a common misconception that everybody thinks that they nerfed the railgun because of the Bile Titan bug, but it wasn't that. It was because of chargers being literally OP strat, the OP strat of just stripping the leg and then shooting with a primary weapon. It was just so good. I was fond of the flamethrower at the time for killing chargers. That was a different bug. So flame weapons ignored the armor of chargers. And they did that from the very start of the game. So flamethrowers always were like kind of a weird weapon because they could just pen the armor on a leg. And then they eventually fixed that. People didn't like that. And then it became another debacle. Yeah. Yeah, they ignored the strippable armor on enemies. So any enemy that had strippable armor, it ignored it. It wasn't just chargers. It was just any armor that had like a breakable point, if that made sense. How's the railgun sit now? Pretty good. It doesn't one-shot Bile Titans, but you can two-shot them if you're very good at charging it up to like 99% basically. It's a 3-shot consistently. It's pretty good. It's a little awkward to use because it does take a while to do that. The number one faction to use it on is still bots. It feels really good on bots. On Illuminant, I don't really recommend it. But it does good against bugs for the most part. And then for chargers, shoot their butt for the most part is arguably the best way to kill them. Wait for them to run by you and then shoot their butt. You can strip legs pretty quickly if you want to go down that route. It's like 2 shots, if I remember correctly, at high charge. 3 at like more of a medium charge. But it is crazy to think how different chargers are nowadays. Chargers are so easy to kill compared to what they used to be. It's a wild change. What up, Nameless? How are you? It's like chargers are like baby mode now compared to what they were at launch. At launch, they were like so much more impervious to damage. You know, they tracked you so much better. They spawned more of them. You know, it's a very different game now. We have so many options to kill them. I think I rarely get ninja charges anymore. They increased the footstep sound about 9 months ago, so they're really loud now. You can't 2-shot Ball Titan heads, by the way, with Rogan? I swear you could, with like 99% charge. Unless someone did the math and told me that you could. Look at the numbers and it doesn't seem to work. Yeah, I'm missing something? Yeah, someone did the math one time and they told me it was possible. But it's not a feasible thing that you can do reliably. Because it's like really tough, but I don't know. I like the ninja chargers. Personally, I didn't mind that they weren't super loud, especially when the game volume was so loud, like explosions, gunshots, and so on and so forth. It kind of makes sense that, you know, a charger could quote unquote sneak up on you. But people found it annoying, and it's probably best that they are louder. Yeah, more of a threat. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think Helldivers has just gotten a lot easier, because a lot of quality of life has come in, right? And quality of life is both good and bad, right? Friction is a natural part of video games, and it's what makes video games unique from one another. Some games have less friction than others, right? But quality of life often smooths out that surface of friction. Some friction is just obnoxious, right? Like UI friction and stuff like that. But gameplay friction, there's more dichotomy into it. It's more complex, right? Because some friction is actually necessary to make the game feel good, right? Because if you can just one-shot everything, like, the game gets, you know, boring really quickly. I know friction is not good difficulty. It's an opinion, though, right? Different people have different opinions on that. Because people love fucking Tarkov, right? Tarkov is, like, a really well-liked game. But the reason why they like it is because of the friction, right? The friction that you have to, like, load your mags. It doesn't tell you how much ammo you have, right? You don't have UI for your teammates, right? That is difficulty, right? Not giving the player all this information. It is friction, right? But it'll be preference on whether or not you like it or not, you know? It's different for everybody. There's no objective truth on good or bad. It's just, you know, it's different for everybody. Now, Helldivers has had a lot of, like, more casual, like, power fantasy players play it, and too much friction is just not good, right? They just don't enjoy it. The gameplay is less enjoyable for them. Some people like to struggle in video games. Some people like to just kind of feel more fair and just, you know, power fantasy it. It's different. But people don't specifically like Tarkov because of the gun random jams. I didn't even mention that. But actually, they kind of do because it's a potential thing that could happen, right? That, like, some things add an element of surprise and like randomness to it, right? People don't love jamming, but they keep it because it actually adds something the gamer might not realize that actually is good, right? It's a surprise moment in combat. And obviously Tarkov is trying to be realistic as well. Gun jams do happen, right? But like in Tarkov, there's a lot of things that are friction based that add to the difficulty of the game, right? Tons of different ammunition, the UI being slow at times, right? Animations or like the way you do things, like the lack of UI, for instance, that is friction. It would be a quality of life patch to add those things, right? You can repair weapons and then they won't jam until a threshold where I don't know Tarkov super well, but even the most like maintained weapons have a chance of jamming, right? Even in real life. I think that's what Tarkov is trying to do. Because I'm pretty sure like better quality weapons on the higher tiers jam far less. The only things that have ever really bothered me about HG2 is like player agency removed mechanics being spammed consistently. Yeah, no, I agree with that too. Yeah, like ragdoll, there is too much ragdoll. I like ragdoll. It's what makes Helldivers unique. A lot of games don't explore ragdoll, and they make for like hilarious moments. I love ragdoll for that. But ragdoll is also really frustrating if it happens too often because you literally just lose control of your character for too much, right? So Helldivers, I find, is best suited when there is friction and power fantasy at the same time, right? When the game first started, there was too much friction for a lot of people. So it's good that they removed a decent amount of it and added more power fantasy. I do sometimes worry that we're going too power fantasy, too arcadey, and we're losing that mil-simmy grittiness and friction. Because I like Helldivers feeling in between. Because it makes the game feel more unique. And it does add to it a lot. Because I can play like, right now, I can boot up and play like 10 different arcadey, like, horde games. Helldivers is unique because it has that friction. Friction is that answer, even if it is a skill-based. Ragdoll, most of the time, doesn't have one, outside of just don't get hit. Well, that is... Hey, that is a skill-based thing, right? The thing is that they spam too much ragdoll at you, you can't dodge all of it, which was the annoying part before. And that's what they've been doing recently, is like making it so there isn't as much. Right? Yeah, exactly, Cookies. I say that a lot on stream. Yeah, I say that a ton. People like to like roast and like be really mean to the devs about how the game originally was versus how it is now. But it's like they just were designing a different game for a more niche audience, but a non-niche audience adopted HD2. And they had like a crisis moment where it's like, do they keep making HD2 for HD2? Like what they were trying to do, or do they follow the feedback and the people that adopted it? Personally, I like the way HD2 originally was more than it is now, but you know, I've learned to accept that. It is what it is. I miss a decent amount of what HD2 originally was, you know? But it's like preference, right? And the reason why I prefer the way it used to be is because it was really unique. Most PvE shooters aren't that way. Most PvE shooters are like Helldivers are. They're just power fantasy up the wazoo, one-shot everything, super easy for the most part, right? But Helldivers originally didn't feel like that. It felt a lot tougher, and it was a lot more unfair, and it required a lot more teamwork than it does now, because the individual Helldiver was a lot less powerful. So it required a lot more of communicating with your team on like, hey, we got to take care of this. We got to do this. We got to do this. We got to stick together. We got to do this. Right. But HG2 now is a lot different. You can kind of just go off by yourself and do whatever. You're just so powerful and you have so many tools at your disposal. And the enemies are weaker on average, right? It's a very different game. But it's not that I hate it or anything like that. I like it. It's just different. Everybody will have their preferences. But I think where they've gone now is it's more likable for the average player, you know, more casual audience, which has adopted the game, which is good for the game and it'll keep going. If they went the other direction, the game would have been so much more niche and it would have disappointed a lot of people who bought the game, which isn't good. Remember when 3 Ball Titans were like a huge threat? Kite them. Yeah, I do. OG Creek level 9 was peak. Well, that's different. That was a bug. That was an explosive damage bug at the start of the game. Explosive damage was applied to Helldivers multiplicatively. Every body part took explosive damage at the exact same time. So that's why when like a bile spewer mortar landed next to you, you just evaporated. You just died. That's why when you got hit by like one rocket from a devastator, you were basically dead, right? I don't think it was actually ever intended for that to happen. It was just like they kind of kept it for a while because I think people liked it. Some people liked it. But I think it was a lot more fair when that stopped being the case. They're almost forced to add a new difficulty now that they incredibly difficult again. I think they just keep doing what they're doing with sub-factions, honestly. I think sub-factions are their answer. Just keep doing hard planets and hard sub-factions. Because like they are tuning up the difficulty in some ways. Like Illuminate are harder than they used to be because they now have the new spawn technique, right? That they don't require watchers. That has made, you know, squids a lot harder. If they can transfer that kind of like thing to other factions to make them more difficult because there's just a constant amount of enemies kind of coming at you, it will make the difficulties better. Keep doing sub-factions and keep doing unique ways of spawning enemies and spawn more enemies more often. I understand that they have like a peak like number of units, right, that they can't mess with, and that's kind of really why like they can't really do a higher difficulty. But respawn the enemies faster, so we have to deal with more enemies more often would be the way to deal with that, I think, is in my opinion. And that's kind of what the Illuminate faction has showed us, is that, you know, if you just keep throwing enemies at us, eventually we're probably going to run out of orbital napalm barrages, right? Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of HD2, is that the game doesn't handle splitting up very well. And what do you do there? Like, how do you solve that problem? And to be fair, I don't think they do. I think it's just it is what it is angle, because the obvious answers are like, well, spawn more aggressive enemies on the people that leave, right? Add like a hunter like enemy, or what? Split aggro. But you can't do that all that well, right? Because there's not enough enemies. Because like you can't spawn enough enemies for 4 different people in 4 different completely separate sections of the map. There's not enough enemies. Ironically, us worrying about each other when we're in close range actually stops us from being as efficient at killing. Because we're stepping on each other's toes and we're like, you know, throwing a stratagem, maybe doubling up a stratagem, you know, trying not to shoot our teammate. But when everybody splits up, which the game does do, when you split up, you get 4 separate patrols, right? Because there's a spawn bubble around you and then they will spawn and try and kill you, right? But the issue comes is that with the current way of working, one person gets a bug breach, the 3 other players will get less enemies for a while because all the spawn bias is on that 1% of the bug breach. So that's why I'm saying they go down to like what they did with the Illuminate. The Illuminate is a good idea. No more breaches, no more Illuminate drops, And what they do is they like basically just boost up patrols. And I think it was a good change. I would love to see it implemented on bug missions and bot missions more often. It's a good idea. It's a fantastic idea. And it worked really well on Crushers and Wretches. So I hope they do that. My personal favorite way to play HD2 is duos. 2 separate teams of duos. I feel like that's a really good mixture where it doesn't feel too easy, but it doesn't feel too hard. Or, sorry, I should say it doesn't feel too easy, but it doesn't feel like you're like taking too long to do objectives, if that makes sense. Not that it gets too easy or whatever, but like, or too hard, but like 2 players is like a good amount for most, if not all, bug breaches and stuff like that, if you're working well together. And then obviously you're 2 teams of 2, so you can clear the map twice as fast, essentially. I wonder if there could be like a radius where the bug breach can spawn outside that radius at the same time a breach is happening inside the radius. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I've always said that I would wish that they would spread enemies out more from a breach. Because one of the reasons why Helldivers feels so easy to some extent is like all the enemies spawn on top of each other. And because they all spawn on top of each other, it's very easy to focus all your fire in one spot. But if a bug breach would like spread out more, it would be harder to deal with because you would have to worry about your flanks more often. The problem is right now is to optimize XP and mission completion speed, you have to split up. Okay, whoa, relax. Let's step back here. You're using a lot of like absolutes. You don't have to, and you don't have to optimize. Have you ever heard the phrase "gamers love to optimize the fun out of games"? you are currently doing the cliche. You don't have to do that. You choose to do it, right? You know, like it's the same thing as like, well, if you use a meta loadout, the game gets too easy and it gets boring. But it's like you're choosing to do that. But people want to optimize. There's major orders. Yeah, but you don't have to do it for the major order. The major orders aren't designed around optimizing, right? There's contradictory incentives. No, you're contradicting yourself in that regard, right? You don't have to do that. Major orders are not that close, right? Major orders are just to focus people's attention on certain areas of the map. You're applying that and like have fun or progress the missions faster. Well, I mean, you could do both. That's why we do like 2s and 2s. Right? But you got to understand that the average person does not play like that. They don't optimize the fun out of it, right? Like, you don't have to 4-way split. You could and make the game a lot easier for yourself, but you don't have to do that. The game doesn't ask you to do that. You're applying that on yourself, right? You're absolutely right that like if you stick together, you have more fun. And Helldivers is definitely designed that way. But I would argue that I think if they design it another way, it's less fun. Unless they do the Illuminate strategy. No more bug breaches, and you just do like way more patrols. Like I think it worked well. You could, if you split up a lot in Illuminate missions, you still got a good, healthy amount of enemies on you. Art Dog, a true random cube master. Clay, how are you? I thought of where a team is spread out on the map, where the amount of X runs away from each other, multiple bug breaches, bot drops, and limits can have at the same time. There's like a hard cap on how many enemies can spawn at a given time, Backstrom. People's like low-end PCs or consoles wouldn't be able to handle it. In theory, yeah, I mean, that's how you handle it. You just spawn more enemies. But in practice, the game can't handle it. Well, okay, it can, but people's systems couldn't handle it. People's frame rates would be trash, you know? But if there's like a constant pressure of patrols on each player that's spread out, it'll make the game feel better. And that's, like I said, that's what happened with the Lumina missions. And they genuinely felt better when splitting up. And then the same amount of pressure applied when you got close to each other because you still had that same pressure, which is good. Do you think people didn't like Hive Worlds because it went against the grain of teamwork, meaning it changed how the game is played? I don't think people liked Hive Worlds because they were tough. They were hard. You didn't have really a lot of options to kite in tunnels, and you didn't have access to your stratagems. I saw that coming, right? It's the same problem that happened at the beginning of the game when there was -1 stratagem. -1 stratagem was like the worst decision they could make as far as like a modifier in a mission, because it's like you're like tying one hand behind your back and making you play, but it's like that's fun for a challenge, but it's not fun for regular gameplay, right? It gets boring really fast. The problem with like Hive Worlds is that they're a really nice challenge because they like obviously they're taking away options that you would have, but the build diversity of Hive Worlds goes way down because like there's only so many stratagems you can use consistently on a Hive World and work. You know what I mean? So I get bored of playing Hive Worlds pretty fast because there's only so many loadouts you can run. And as someone who constantly changes what loadout I'm running, it kind of sucked. Worse than Scramble Stratagems? Yes. Scramble Stratagems sucked, but like at least you got access to 4 stratagems. Like mechs, supply backpack were like everywhere on the Hive Worlds. Because Hive Worlds were not actually that hard if you just used a good loadout for that biome, right? But like, if you remember my streams previous to like people wanting caves, I was like, guys, I know caves sound really cool, but they were always going to be less fun than open air maps in the grand scheme of things, because you're taking away one of the biggest elements of Helldivers, which is your super destroyer hovering over top. You're losing access to that, right? But like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy that cave missions are here, and I want to see each faction get a cave-like mission, like a mega factory you go inside or a mothership you go inside, right? But, you know, I was always prefacing with guys, just remember, like, you're probably going to get bored of them pretty fast because you're losing access to so many things that are like huge to Helldivers. Because like Helldivers is about it being a sandbox, and if you take away half the toys in your sandbox, it's less fun. It feels like the max enemy cap would be less of a problem with hard to kill enemies. I agree, but people don't like tanky enemies. It's a common thing in horde shooters that they don't want bullet sponges, right? Which is fair. I get it. Kill counts are important to people. So there needs to be some tanky enemies, but yeah, it's a tough one for them. Because originally they thought, oh, let's just add more tanky enemies to make the mission harder. But then people don't like that because then your loadouts are too same, right? You're just bringing AT a lot of the time, or things that can deal with those things. A variety of enemies is better. Crushes are fun precisely because they're tanky. They're actually not tanky, though, if you take the right weaponry. Explosive or AP4. Like, some people really, like, for instance, some people really like Hunters and Scavengers Constellation, right? Some people love that one because of really high kill counts. I don't typically like that one because I find it too easy, because they just kind of fall over. Yeah, I kill lots of enemies in big number, but I typically don't find it very hard, and it's just kind of like, okay, whatever. I typically find like the armored enemy Constellation, you know, is way more interesting to me, because at least I might run a AT ammo, or like I need a teammate to maybe help me a little bit, which is rare in HG2. It doesn't always feel like that, where you need a teammate. So I personally like the heavy armor ones a little more. Now, but it's not like I don't like hunters or scavengers. I like them because they're disruptors. They jump on you. They mess with turrets. They, make you have to focus on them instead of the Bile Titan bearing down on you. But when it's like only hunters and scavengers coming out of a bug breach, it's like, like I'm just, whatever, bro. I get bored as hell. Same with voteless, right? Like mindless masses. Some people love it because, oh shit, I'm killing hundreds of enemies, right? More than normal, but I find it really boring because it's just like, well, they're just zombies. So I find a mixture is usually best. That way the disruptors are messing with you versus the tanky enemies that are, pushing towards you more slowly. Tanking is slow as precisely what Crushers worked. They had compromises. Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I also subscribe to the Dark Souls formula of sometimes the PvE needs to be unfair to be challenging. I know not everybody agrees with that formula, but I particularly like it because you inherently as a player are unfair to the PvE, and you being more unfair is how you overcome their unfairness. Do you know what I mean? So I subscribe to the Dark Souls formula. Sometimes there needs to be some unfairness in a video game for you to overcome. Because if it's completely fair for the player and unfair for the enemy, you just kind of roll over them. They just kind of die. And it's like, whatever. There's no friction. Remember we were talking about friction? Circling back. There's no friction. But, different opinions and so on and so forth. I can't stand when enemies input read fighting games. But are you not doing the same thing to them? Right? You watch what they're doing and then respond to it. They watch what you're doing and respond to it. They just have a different form of input reading, right? Because they're not watching you. They're just responding to what keybinds you're using, right? But I agree, like in Dark Souls or in Elden Ring, it was too obnoxious that like they would immediately throw something at you if you went for a heal. That was stupid. And I'm not arguing for like super unfair enemies. I think some enemies being a little unfair at times is a good thing that keeps us on our toes. And it also makes more sense for a game that's evolving. Like, do we really think the enemies are not going to respond to how we're playing? What's up, Luna? Hi, kitten. Keeps things interesting. Did you play Alien Fireteam Elite? Yes, I did not like it. It felt like a game that came out 6 years ago. And day one content DLC that you have to pay for and can't grind for. No AI director. And lastly, a pretty steep price tag for basically just a DLC. Kind of all made me like, I don't like this. So I refunded it after 3 hours. I was pretty disappointed because I really like the idea of the progression system in Alien Fireteam Elite 2, but I was really disappointed. Like, I don't know how do you make a horde game like Alien Fireteam Elite 2 and not have an AI director? Like, if you guys don't understand what AI director means, Left 4 Dead coined it and made it first, right? So every time you play through the linear mission, different spawns in different areas, tanks coming at you at different times, special infected coming at you at different times, and it would also respond to how you were playing. If the mission was too easy, it would bump up difficulty. If you're having a really tough time, it would slow down a little bit, give you a little bit of reprieve. Right? But, dude, how do you make, like, Alien Pharmacy 2 is a Left 4 Dead type game. But it is set spawns. I've seen no evidence that suggests otherwise. It's set spawns. The spawns always happen in the same spots. It's the same type of enemies every time. Like, it's so telegraphed. It's, and you know what sucks about that? What sucks about that is that it's a game about grinding. The end game of Fireteam Elite 2 is like repeating the same missions over and over again for XP on your weapons and like credits to upgrade your character and upgrade your skills and stuff like that, right? Level up your character and stuff. Dude, you do the same mission 3 times and you're gonna get fucking bored as hell. Luckily, there's like 20 missions, but dude, that sucks. Oh, there's no AI. Director, it's weird. I don't know. Bad choice on that report. They really should. That would have been a reason to buy Alien Space Marine or Fireteam Elite 2 versus the first one. If there was an AI director, because there was no AI director in the first game. It would make it not feel like a DLC because they actually added something. I don't know. It's a weird one to me. But yeah, day 1 DLC, like $50 price tag, no AI director. Also, gameplay that felt very old, dated. Like it felt too similar to the first game. It didn't feel very polished. Enemies were like janky in their movement. Like player animations were very janky. Like just a lot of stuff was janky. And then on top of that, dude, multiplayer sucks in that game. If you're not the host, enemies are like teleporting around and stuff like that. It's not very good. Like I was host luckily, so from my perspective it was fine. But for my teammates, they were all complaining about you know, enemies teleporting and, you know, just not a great experience. So it sucks. Hey Luna. The game should have been a big DLC. Yeah. Yeah. If it was like $30 and it was just a really big DLC that included the stuff from the first game somehow, I think it would have been way more like positively received. But because they put a big 2 next to it and then they didn't really change much, I'm far more critical on it because it's $50 now and it feels so similar to the first game. So I don't know. Sorry if anyone here likes it and I'm just kind of dogging on it. I apologize, but yeah, I was left with a sour taste in my mouth. I wish that wasn't the case. What's up, Luna? Little baby? A little baby? You go girl? Yes, you are girl. Oh, hi. What is happening? Oh, I have to report. No, I gotta call this guy in. Oh, well, that works too. All week and he's mad people are upset with it. I don't think anything I'm saying is unfounded or unfair. If he's enjoying it, fuck yeah. I'm glad that it doesn't bother him or he doesn't care about the things I brought up. But ultimately, I feel like every piece of criticism that I'm throwing through here is pretty fair. Now, I think some of it is unfair, like, you know, people getting super angry about the comp stutter at the first playthrough of every map. Yeah, it's annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. Your first playthrough of a mission will be a little stuttery, but the second playthrough will be completely fine. Could have been so much more. Yeah, I don't know. It's disappointing, but I think if you turn down your expectations and you get like a cheaper price tag on it, it'll be fine. Which is why I think people really liked the first game after a while. Because it started going on sale. And they probably fixed some stuff. Dude, I don't know what the hell's happening right now, but goddamn. Do you set for the extended mag over the Dread? This is the short mag. Use the short mag. Short mags are so good right now. This is spray and pray with short mag, yeah. I'm gonna stream DZA 6 for sure now. Annie, we should do a stream together. Brother said he will help me set it up. I mean, Annie, I can help you set it up. Just like how I did with Cole and that other guy you wanted me to help him. I've offered many times. Will quality be okay if I just hook up mic to PlayStation? I mean, it would be a pretty low quality stream if all you do is stream off the PlayStation. But if you're willing to like get a capture card, would be better. Controller mic Annie? Oh no. I want to rechat too. I mean, you just have it on your like your phone or an iPad next to you, Annie. If you do hook it up to your like streaming PC or like an actual PC to stream off of, you just have it on your monitor. I can't remember the last game where we talked about friction a lot. I think it was Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders had a lot of conversation about friction, if I remember correctly. Because that was a game that obviously removed a lot of the friction from like other extraction shooters to make it more mass appeal. And I remember having a lot of discussions about it because I think there was a lot of players that wanted more friction removed, more quality of life. Oh, what the fuck? My teammate was just crouching there? My bad, dude, sorry. Didn't quite see his outline. So I remember talking a lot to like Arc Raider players that wanted that. I was like, guys, like if you remove too much of the friction, the game will essentially just kind of play itself and you won't have anything. Like, I think one of them was a dedicated PvE mode for Arc Raiders. And I went back and forth with a lot of people and I was like, I don't think you appreciate how much the chance of a PvP player in your lobby or player killer being in your lobby adds to the experience. It might be frustrating to die to one, but it keeps you on your toes. If all of a sudden you knew every time you went into a lobby, you would never get team killed, you would never have someone kill you, there'd be no fear, right? You wouldn't be on your toes anymore. You'd be like walking through a fucking daisy field, right? Like, but because there's a chance there's a rat in your lobby, you take every interaction with players as skeptical, right? You play differently and you also like, you know, keep an eye on your back, right? And that's kind of the point of the game. What you doing, Luna? What you doing, silly girl? I gotta plug in my mouse. What you doing, silly girl? Hello, little silly. Hey, you're a little silly. Not big silly, little silly. Oh yeah, you're being silly. You fell over. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you hurt, kitten? This is a goofball. Little goofball. Goofy. She wants belly rubs. Annie, I wouldn't recommend using Discord on your PlayStation while streaming. Just use your computer or use your, iPad or something like that. It's a single player game, so it's not like you have to talk to anyone. You would just be like reading Discord occasionally. That's gonna be a hassle to type to Discord. Well, that's why you could just stream. So, Annie, what you do is you bring the PS5 to your gaming setup and you place it on your desk next to everything. Right? And then when you're doing that, you just have your computer still on and another monitor for, Discord. That's what I do, right? My main monitor is my PlayStation source. And then my other monitor is, Discord and stuff like that, right? There's a zilly muffin. I'm talking to chat. You're gonna type to Discord while you're streaming? I'm confused. What up, Cap2? Thank you for the tier 1, 27 months, buddy. Welcome back. Thank you for the tier 1, helping with that partner plus push. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Look at this big kitten. She's such a silly girl. She's so silly. What a rubbish. Discord on PlayStation does suck a lot. I've never used it, but I imagine it's harder to use. Nah, she's not much flabs. She's got a big tummy. She has to spread out. Luna, are you comfy? You comfy? You silly girl? You're maybe too comfy. Hello, Luna. It sounds so flawlessly integrated into Xbox with its own app and everything, but on PlayStation is like a hidden tab that doesn't have it get notifications. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, that sounds dumb. Luna, I'm having trouble playing. I gotta move your head. Unfortunately, I had to click on my mouse because it's running out of power. My weekly charge. Hi, Luna. Yes, baby kid. Yes, baby kid. What are they all running? Probably anti-tank would be good. Maybe Epoch. With a little, I don't know, Warpack. Fire. Gatling. Curious on your thoughts on Meltagun versus Breaching Hammer. Meltagun is just way better. Because you don't have to risk melee range with enemies. Breaching Hammer has less damage per shot. Right? Or, I guess they're about the same damage per shot, but like you have to be close range, right? And it's easier to hit weak points with the Meltagun. Oh, Luna, you're gonna make this so hard. Yeah, you're gonna make this so hard. I can barely move my mouse. But you're so fuzzy. I can't move her, you know? Look at her. She's laying her head on my hand. Trying not to move. Silly girl. Yeah, you silly. Oh, now she's found the wire that's attached to my mouse. Great. Finally, a game I'm confident streaming. Let's go, Annie. You better not be biting that, Luna. No biting. Make the camera a little smaller. Hard to do with a Luna in the way. You're so silly. What's going on? You're moving. Oh, headbutting. Nice. Good headbutt. Luna, you look so sleepy. Are you sleepy? Oh no, kitten. Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy? You're so sleepy. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hi, Luna. Oh, Luna. Hi, Luna. Hey, kitten. Make sure to pick up samples for the homies. Luna, hey, don't lay yourself like that. Let's go this way. She's like starting to like fuck with the monitor wires behind my monitor. Hey, silly. GTA games shaped a lot of my music tastes, so I wonder how this one will... I mean, there seems to be a lot of good music in that GTA 6 trailer, so... I was definitely headbanging quite a bit. I'm pretty excited. What do you think, Lou? What do you think, Lou Kitten? Little kitten. He will send you a book. What? I thought he was staggered, but he was actually running. Oh, that's some weird desync. Nice. I should have teleported. I thought I was fine, and then I wasn't. What if this is gonna have any original songs? I can't remember. Did previous GTA games have original songs? I can't remember. It's been so long. I want to say some of the radio stations had like original tracks, but I can't remember honestly. Luna, what you doing? Luna? A lot of chargers. And my All my friends are dead? Gaharan has been liberated. On to the next planet. Thank you. But sir, I gotta finish my mission. Would be a great way to debut a track. I agree. Why? You look so sleepy. Oh no, kitten. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill, bro. Man, it's so hard to play with a wireless mouse after you plugged it in. You're just so used to always it being wireless. Oh my god. Like when I used to have a wireless mouse, I had like that bungee cord thing to hold it up so I didn't get caught on anything. Oh, Luna flopped over again. Luna, you flop? You flopping, girl? Luna, you flopped. Are you okay? Flop again. It's okay. Go ahead. Flop. I'm ready for the flop. Luna, hey, stop hitting my mouse. Slacking metals, but the metal mines look awesome. They are extremely good. Pretty cool use of the melt it. Yeah, it's a large vertical column. It can damage Bile Titans. It can, you know, do damage to the spores like that. Oh, Luna's playing dead. Chat, can we all get a rest in peace, Luna? She's playing dead. She wants attention. Don't you? Yes, kitten, yes. Yes, silly girl, yes. Okay, I gotta do a strat. Hey, Luna, I gotta do a stratagem. 1 second. Luna. Thank you. Yes, silly. This is spray and pray, yeah, with short mags. It's a fun weapon now. Extra mags really did help. Plays into the weapon's strength. Remember when this thing had bird shot? So literally not even light pen. God, this thing was such a shit gun. Oh shit, I'm out of ammo.
There's a stalker nest somewhere by extraction.
Hi, Luna. If I can find it. That might be it? It's kind of on the edge of the map. I don't know. Is there any dispatch telling us about the DSS coming back? I don't remember there being a dispatch about us coming back. But maybe there was. I'll be honest, I don't really pay attention to dispatches nearly as much as chat does. Should be stims here. No? No stims? Just see grenades. He's no, just nades. They change anything with the DSS during its hiatus? I don't think so. I think it's working the same. Oh. Being a creator, do you also get the superstore items along with the war bonds, or just the war bonds? Curious what you use SC for. Nothing. I mean, I often buy the war bonds when they come out, or the armor from the superstore, because sometimes Arrowhead's like 5 to 10 minutes late giving it to me. So to show it off to chat, I usually buy the items and just, you know, do a mission with just the start, or, you know, just show it off on the ship. But then, you know, within 5 to 10 minutes, they usually give it to me. So I don't really use super credits for anything, so it just kind of stacks up. But I obviously played enough. I play enough regardless to be able to afford everything, so it's more or less I don't mind them giving it to me because obviously it's fully unlocked immediately, so I can show it off immediately. But they don't have to give me anything. I could just buy with super credits. Bye, Luna. I'll miss you. She hears movement upstairs. She must investigate. Oh my god, now my thing is covered in fucking hair. Where should we dive now? Go 1 to the right, Gatria. Because we need to get to Lux. So in order to get to Lux, we take Gatria. I wouldn't be surprised to see the DSS storyline come up later, you know, in some way. Maybe interacting with the new MO in the future. They're just kind of leaving it as a side story in the future, maybe. That's my read on it, at least. I need my Eagle TK Storm. Good name. Great music, great music. Like the green beard. The green beard at level 41. I need to sacrifice more hours to super Earth. Play on your own pace, bro. Don't worry. After level 25, levels don't actually matter. Don't sweat it. You actually stopped the bug reach from spawn? Yeah. If they're screaming like that, shoot it. If there's a lot of latency, it'll go off anyways. So if you have a lot of lag to the person who's hosting the match, but whoever the oh my, what the? Whoever the host is seems to be pretty close to me. So it actually went through. Hi, Annie. Probably about an hour or so. Wonder if we'll be getting the orbital Gatling napalm barrage again. I don't know. Because there's that 120mm EMS, orbital Gatling. We have these fire FRV. The hell is this man dancing to? You heard the tunes and he's just like, I gotta dance. I gotta dance. It was temporary versus Iverstan, and then it was actually introduced during the Christmas event. He must go be with his people now, chat. Oh my god, that guy in front of me. What the hell did he just do? Catch that. Oh. Catch that. Whoa, bigger troll. You talking to me? Yeah, about an hour, Annie. I agree, Radio. We'll see what they do. Seems like they would rather keep it as just a limited time stratagem to occasionally give out to us. It's a special reward. Similar to the Dark Fluid backpack. What up, civilian? Oh my god, we're missing one person. There we go. And we really haven't picked up many samples. Or are they all at extract? No. Team just hasn't really picked up many. I figured with all the new players they would, but I guess we'll go collect some on the way out. What are meta loadouts for bugs these days? Fire. Anything fire, gas. 120. Oral napalm. Cremator is really good. The escalator would surprise you. If you need AT, Quasar is never a bad option. Epoch, a lot of people really like it. Strips armors nicely on charger legs. Also really solid for just straight up damage. Laser rover, never a bad one. Guard dogs in general are good. As far as primary weapons, not too much has changed. Explosive weapons are still really good. Incendiary weapons are really good. There's been some tuning on like individual weapons, so like we're using the spray and pray right now. It feels good with sharp mags. But there's no doubt the original best are still extremely good. But I don't recommend using a meta loadout. I would recommend just experimenting. The game's more fun when you experiment for yourself. Yeah, mechs. But mechs have always been insanely good. They're just even easier to use now. It's a great spot for that guy. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the fuck? They like ran by my teammate to come hit me. Jesus Christ, man. Just a bunch of random ass enemies coming out of nowhere. Let me. I just airburst. Use airburst for all enemies. You know the vibes. I do know the vibes. Ring around the rosy. Yeah, laser's really good. Never a bad one. Oh. Rain laps. Did we even hit the thing? We did not. Problem is that it's the spray and pray. My teammates are struggling, man. Not really going anywhere.
My bad, fuck.
Ah, no. No! I fucked up. God damn it. Silly brain. Just like completely out of ammo. I have no idea where the respawn is. I think it's on the far side. My teammate called it away from point. Yeah, somewhere over there. Oh, bitbox porn. This is a classic case of team just didn't bring enough anti-armor. I swapped weapons. So we were just lacking anti-armor, I think, mostly. Insane. It's fun, though. How's that guy going? Is there anything you'd like to see parodied into new GTA? No, I don't think so. I'm not one for like Easter eggs and that kind of stuff. What they do is usually more than enough. Nothing in particular I can think of. What about yourself? Jesus. Excuse me, sir. Well, that was fun. I don't know if they parody the flock cameras. Ooh, I suspect that's too like sudden. I feel like that's only really picked up in the last like 6 months. So they might not have had time to throw it in there, but maybe they did. Maybe they kind of saw it coming. But I mean, Big Brother tends to be a pretty common trope of these kind of, so I could see it being there regardless. Maybe if it's not like Flock related, it's just like Big Brother related. Sheesh. Alright, new planet. New planet time. Finally off of hard. Finally. What if I get Tommy Vercetti? I don't know. Tommy Vercetti. No more swamps, indeed. So Kaharan should be captured. It's just kind of being weird. So Garia, and on to Lux. Garia is a nice planet. I like Garia. The blooms, the blossoms can be a little annoying when they ragdoll you, and the ion storm can be a bit annoying at times, but it does add a nice variety. I heard that voice actors on bad terms. Really? Why? Love the Maleveron Creek Cape. I was there. What do I feel like? Maybe some heavy machine gun. Swap it up. Purifier. He wanted more money for next job. They told him, how about we delete your character? Yeah, it's tough. As a content creator, I get it too. There's been many times where I've asked like for a little bit more in like sponsorships, then I get ghosted because I don't take their first offer. And it's kind of just the unfortunate part of, you know, there's a lot of streamers around my size, right? So they could just go to the next guy for the same price. What the? That was weird. Sometimes you just gotta take what you can get. Too much time to write up a new contract. Well, usually when you're doing that kind of negotiation, it's small editing. But I guess it depends on how much he was asking, I guess, in the difference. But maybe he was getting greedy. Because, I mean, if he was asking for, like, double or something, plus some other stuff. Bye-bye. It'll be like, why are you turning sideways? It's because it goes horizontally. So I can get more coverage on the street. But yes, how do you see Mistfall post this morning that they banned a bunch of people for teaming? Well, they actually quizzed and they asked the community prior, like, hey, would you like us to take action against people that are teaming? And the poll was like 75% of people wanted it. And then what they said was, in like small instances in a match where like you just team up on someone to kill someone and then go and kill that other person, it's fine, right? Where it's not fine is if you're like Q sniping your friend and then you go off and kill a bunch of people, right? That's the kind of actions that they're going to take against people, apparently. I haven't heard if they've, like, you know, gone after anyone that's, like, you know, teaming, like, one-off times. Because if that was happening, that would suck. But, you know, if it really is just, like, you know, people, like, abusing the fact that, like, you can Q-snipe, yeah, it's different. So surprised to see. I was wondering if it was in their terms. No, they actually just... They literally just quizzed the community, was like, hey, do you want this or not? I have no idea if it was in a terms of service or anything, but in a single player like lobby like that, there shouldn't be teaming. In my opinion, there should be literally 0. But naturally, sometimes it will just happen organically, like, and it's really hard to tell when it's organic or not organic. So it has to be the big time abusers that get punished. You know, the people that are like literally Q-sniping their friends and then going on a killing rampage with them and then not killing each other and then just extracting, you know? Those are the situations where it needs to be like, okay, you should not be playing our game. Up air. That happened in Ark? What happened? The organic sometimes just happening? Yeah. Who would decide they're gonna murder all these people together? Yeah. And it's like, I think organically that's fine, right? But Mistfall doesn't even have voice, so it doesn't really happen organically all too often. So it should be happening a lot less. Most of the time I see teaming when I watch streams of people playing solo, is it's normally like we're having a 1v1 and then some other random guy shows up and they team on that one guy that was attacking both of them while they were fighting, right? It's like dishonorable to third party, right? That usually happens if you don't wait your turn for the fight. And then they go back to fighting afterwards. And then winner gets all the loot. Oh, okay. Don't want to go that way? That's a fuckload of assholes. Oh, that's a massive reposition. That's unfortunate. Oh, really? That's odd. Yeah, no voice comms. I don't know why. I don't know if I ever saw like a reason for why not. Maybe it was so they didn't have to moderate as much. I don't know. My God, I'm getting epilepsy from that muzzle flash. Do you have to do get Rhea before Lux? Yes. Mm-hmm. We don't have access to Lux unless we take get Rhea. They're connected. Call the band's penalty for frequently temporary teaming in matches. Yes, that's a weird phrasing, but they're also Chinese. They're from Hong Kong, so that also might lead to the weirdness of the phrasing. They saw text chat and decided, nope. Yeah, dude, the text chat in Mistfall Hunters fucking sucks. Did we take our hard? Yeah, we just took it. It's gonna take forever for bug divers are smart enough. No, they are. I mean, it's just you got to remember that people are just. I don't know, but some people just get bored of playing on the same map all day. I personally do, and I play it all day, right? So I get it. Some people like to play on different maps. But also, we'll vote the DSS, and a lot of people tend to just follow the DSS. I do it for the team, sure. But, you know, your enjoyment of the game is more important a lot of the time. Because if you stop playing, then what team gonna do? The thing where they posted the list of redacted usernames that got banned. Yeah, I saw that. They did it the last time they did a anti-cheat pass. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Welcome. Does remind me, I saw Far Far West did an anti-cheat and they puts you as in modded lobbies. Yeah, you get a tag next to your name and then you can decide when you make a public lobby if you want to allow modders or not. It's how a lot of the games do it of that genre. Like Darktide does a similar, Vermintide does a similar. I think Space Marines 2 does a similar. You essentially get flagged as someone who's modified files. Because it's a PvE game, effectively, right? Like, it is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. And there's no overarching, like, campaign map, like in Helldivers, so it's not a big deal. Didn't know that? Yeah. I'm pretty sure in Vermintide, you literally can just boot up the game in mod mode, basically. And you can still matchmake and stuff like that. Darktide, they allow a lot of, like, UI mods no matter what. But if you want to go further, kind of like a mod mode. D-Rock Live does, yeah, D-Rock does it too. They, like, when you're searching for lobbies, it'll show, like, a mod symbol or whatever it was. I can't remember. It's common. HD2 is probably the only one who doesn't do it, but I think that's also because, like, they don't want you full-on modding HD2, more or less, unless it's cosmetic-oriented, because there's actually a campaign and cheaters can affect it and stuff like that, and you might indirectly affect it. I didn't install Darktide. The size of the game is too much for me. Really? How big is Darktide? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a fairly big game now. It's 100 gig. Yeah. That's pretty big. Start is 40. Yeah, I mean, they've added, what, 3 years of content? It happens. They've added a lot of content since then. I wonder if they can do a repackaging to bring it smaller. Kind of like how HD2 did it. That was fairly extensive. Oh yeah, they did a lot of balance passes on Far Far West. But as far as I understand, they went quiet for a while. So it seems like they've been holding back, if that makes sense, on updating. GameWorks makes it difficult for cheaters to have a large impact. Yes and no. Depends on what the major order is. Some major orders, they've had, you know, a lot of impact. There's been what? At least 3? What? At least 3 MOs that have been like fucked with cheaters? Yeah, I can remember about 3. There's one that I think that like pushed us to win, but I don't. Arrowhead retroactive. Yeah, that was a weird one. There's something wrong with the numbers, and cheaters were fucking with it. But I don't remember the result, honestly. There's been so many MOs in my head, it's hard for me to keep track of all of them. It's usually when it happens with samples or kill counts, cheaters can fuck with those numbers fairly easily, because people can mod in spawns and kill them immediately. And then there's also samples where you know, people can just spawn in the samples and give you like max samples. No one nerfing review bombing Far Far West for nerfing. Did they nerf stuff? I actually don't know. You forget the first X amount of kill enemies, MO was multiplier was messed up in the code. Yeah, I do remember that. What was it? I think were we multiplying it by 4, or I think it was like our kills were like divided by 4. Like it was only counting the lobby leader's kills or something. Can't remember. It was one way or the other. I can't remember. I think it was against us. Oh, yeah. It was multiplying all the kills by 4. So it was taking our total team's kills and then multiplying it by 4. You know, just bad math. Keeping tallies wrong. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I remember that. God damn it. Looking forward to when my mouse is done charging. Honestly, it probably is done, but I'll give it this last mission. Does Belfed GL have the same stats as this one? No. No. This GL is just kind of better than the Belfed in most ways. The only thing the Belfed really has as an advantage is, you know, not needing to reload. And the higher pen. Fortunately, the pen doesn't always play a major factor because of how little damage it has per shot. You still playing Arc Raiders? Nope. I haven't touched Arc Raiders since that fateful stream with Pips where I rage quit. I can only be killed by cheaters so many times before I'm like, I'm done for a while. Jesus. Okay. That's a Weird spot to put a leveler. For one of my buddies maybe rage quit? Why is that? I'm probably going to go back and check out the latest update to Arc Raiders, but at the same time, I'll be honest, it would need to be a pretty insane update for me to be like, oh man, I can't wait to play. Because I feel pretty burned still from what happened with Arc Raiders, and it doesn't seem like the cheating situation in Arc Raiders has improved much. So it's kind of a hard sell for me. But I still want to check it out. See what's up. But I doubt I will play anywhere near the same time that I originally did. Oh, he's dead already. Bugs just feel so easy now, just like the old Eliminate. I mean, it goes that way for every base faction. We're just so powerful now that, like, it is what it is. All the factions feel like that, though. They are all around the same power level. It's the strains that make them harder. Hardened by the new squids. Yeah, the new squids definitely were a really nice uptick in difficulty, especially for the limited, so it's nice. But, you know, you go play against Spore bugs and you'll quickly take that opinion back. You do patch, nothing interesting. Like Siege, you get Chaos, personal debuffs for yourself for XP and cosmetics. Classic. Gotcha, Benzi. Thank you for the update. Yeah, I think in SM2, I'm pretty much only going back for the big updates now. Until something kind of like big happens.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Burstaholic. Thank you for the prom. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're well. First 100 to 200 hours SM2 is really amazing. After that, I can't bring myself to play it. I hate to be that guy, but yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah. I think I'm at 400 hours, almost 500, and I feel like I want to log in occasionally when they add a new, like, you know, a new playable character or a new map, but I feel like I've really had my fill of Space Marines too. Things that keep me back to Darktide is like, you know, the new classes and then, you know, the new modes, so maybe they could do something like that. Year 3 was already announced, right? Yeah, no, there is a Year 3 of Space Marine 3. Yeah, or Space Marine 2. I think we're supposed to get a new class. It's been told that we're getting a new class, Space Marines 2. And I believe they're continuing to give us more enemies, and We're supposed to get like chaos siege mode, right? Like we fight as the chaos, if I remember correctly. I love Space Marines too. It's just it lacks like a lot of the variability. A lot of the gameplay tends to just feel very similar. The drops are just too lucrative to pass out. Yeah, they're really good. But at the same time, because I've been away for so long, whenever I go do the drops campaign, I don't get the same attention as I used to. So it kind of is what it is. I would need to play Space Marines 2 a lot more to get that following again, as you will. Other than Jump Space, none of the other co-op PvE games hit like Helldivers. Yeah, I didn't really like Jump Space. I want to go back and play. I'm technically one of the content creators, but I don't know. Darktide though, I'd highly recommend. I think Darktide has a lot of great replayability, especially if you want difficulty. And then they just keep adding classes and updating classes. So if you've never played Darktide, I would recommend. The variety of combat and like builds and stuff like that, very fun. Kind of bounced off Darktide, really. That's crazy. The higher difficulties will give you carpal tunnel. Yeah, I mean, there's a point of Darktide where I stop having like super amounts of fun. And you definitely have to mess with your keybinds. Even Monster Hunter Wilds was meant to be played this way? What way? Riverside 2 is also very live, for sure. Yeah. For sure, Curry. I get what you're saying. Monster Hunter Wilds is really fun. I have like 200 hours in that game. I could definitely put a lot more. I just, I felt the streams weren't doing... I was boring my audience, more or less, I guess. I felt like I could stream that game a lot longer, though. So, I'm excited for the new expansion. And also that Chinese Monster Hunter game. You guys see that one? That one looked good. Good morning, Scooby. Scoopy. Which game? I need to remember it off the top of my head. Do I have it in my list? No, I didn't put it in my list. I don't think we have a TBD yet. But, or release date. What's it called? Someone help me. Memory's failing. Yes. Yes, East. From Hollowverse or whatever the fuck it's called. Whatever they call themselves. Hoyoverse. It's like you slaying demigods as a team, but it's like very, very, very wild. Monster Hunter Wild coded. Game was good. Hoyoverse, yeah. It's not called Hoyoverse, but it's like... It's not called Helldivers, but it's by them. They're making it. I just can't remember the name off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's not on Steam at the moment, which is why I wouldn't look it up. They don't have a Steam page. It's called The Weavers? Is it the No, it wasn't called The Weavers. Chinese Monster Hunter. I can't find it. It's just giving Monster Hunter results. Notice fall. That's what it's called.
Whence came the first entanglement? None living may now tell.
This is just like the story exposition. Basically, very Monster Hunter. I'd play it. I'd play it. Would. Now, if I only had one to choose, I'd probably just play Monster Hunter, but... Because Monster Hunter is just really good, but... if I can play both, I'll play both. Chinese developer, not on Steam though. I don't know if they're actually going to release it on Steam. They might do that weird thing where they have their own launcher, which we'll see what happens there. Monster Hunter gameplay is, I believe the rest of the game is a Souls-like. Monster Hunter gameplay of the game is a singular mode, I believe. Oh, okay, so it's mostly Dark Souls, but then there's a mode that brings you together with teammates. Oh, that's fine. I don't mind that. I mean, I typically play Monster Hunter like that. I like to fight all the monsters first solo, and then play with people afterwards. I find it more fun. I like to learn the fight by myself, overcome the challenge, and then fight with team. So Universe have its own launcher for its games? I don't know. Oh, you're saying it does have its own launcher. Okay, so I'm guessing they're just going to use that. All right, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Heard Nail Crown's a boomer shooter. Boomer shooter. I feel like a good boomer shooter. What was it called? Nail Crown? Oh my god, they're actually naked. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know about this gameplay though. I feel like it might be a bit too jank. It looks like it has character, but it needs some work. Looks decent, but not exactly. It's always tough when these games come out and you can tell they're trying to emulate a AAA game. It's just tough for me because I'm going to compare them to the AAA game. I feel like it's better when these kind of games don't try and chase a genre that's already dominated by a AAA game and they go for something that's never been done, or, you know, something that's like more indie friendly. Because I just feel like that game genre is just really tough. Because like I'm immediately gonna look at Doom, and Doom just kind of does that already. But if I was like super hungry for more Doom-like games, maybe it needs to feel different. I guess it needs to feel more different, and it just looks a little too Doom-like, I guess. Looks all right. They only publish Milsim games. I didn't know that. It's funny. No, I haven't seen that game. ARPG. Neat. I am very excited for Galactic Racer 2. I think this game the more they show me gameplay of it, the more I'm excited. At first, I thought it was just kind of stupid. It would just be like Burnout with pods. But dude, this game actually looks sick. Tunnel Annihilation might be interesting. No Law, yes. I'm excited for No Law. This trailer was really good. I was very impressed. Very impressed. There's a Star Trek outpost. Okay, interesting. War Dogs, yes! I'm so excited. Exterminatus, if you guys didn't hear earlier, I'm hopefully gonna get into their like beta, try it out. But it's very very Helldivers coded. That'd be cool. I was pretty excited for the new Serious Sam, but it comes out at a bad time. Maybe we'll play like... No, actually I won't. It's my day off. So I won't even play a day of Serious Sam. I don't know. It comes out at a bad time. I think I would play this, but literally the day after Crimson Moon comes out. So it's... Yeah. I liked Serious Sam as a kid. I played a lot of them. Your racing game, Clutch? Oh yeah, this is that cult game where you make cults. It's Dioxide. The fuck is this? It's got the Borderlands cell-shaded art style, which I do like. I like cell-shaded. Work is salvation. I wonder if Borderlands is gonna go after them, because it's like it is very similar to their art style. Like, you could actually make the mistake of thinking this is Borderlands. The corporation provides. So it's a boomer shooter? They don't own cell shading. I know they don't, but they have a certain art style that is most known for them, right? So they could go after them for like an art style, right? Now I think it would look really poorly on them. But when you think cell shaded, when you see cell shaded and you see these guns and stuff like that, if you like didn't know this was a different game, you could be mistaken of thinking this is something like adjacent to Borderlands really easily. Like the look of the gun, look of the world. Do you know what I mean? Because there's ways to do cell shaded that looks a lot different. This in particular looks pretty damn similar to Borderlands. So I hope they don't go after them. Because I agree, you're right. They don't own it, but they might think they could. This is the Remnant-like game. First person. I can't remember who made it, but it's like very Remnant coded. This game could be really interesting. It's a little jank from the trailers and stuff like that, but I'm hoping it's good.
It starts with you.
A lot of personality here. It makes me think of like first person Remnant, more or less. The art style is also really sick, so. This is the game I was thinking was Far Far West. Oh, gotcha. It's a neat looking game. I think there's potential here. It does look a little jank, especially with like the gunplay. Looks stiff. And the character or the enemy animations look pretty stiff. But maybe it's good. We'll see. It just says 2026, which worries me. I've seen many games say a year and then never actually come out with it. So yeah, this I'm putting more money that this is probably going to be 2027 kind of game. Most likely. Spine looks pretty cool. It was like gun Sifu, which looked neat. Arizona Sunshine was like Dead Island, if I remember right. It's kind of like a Dead Island vibe. I'm very excited for Crimson Moon. We're going to be playing this on next Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. I'm very excited. Me and Blank are going to get up nice and early. I'm pretty sure it comes out at like 3 a.m., like perfect when I start stream. So excellent time to start streaming it. So, yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm going to be playing this with Annie most likely. That was a cute game. It was a part. It's like Limbo, but third person. So, yeah. I don't know, there's a lot of exciting games. A lot of exciting games. I like a good ARPG, so this looks interesting. I wonder how it'll be. Looks a little indie, but you can definitely see it's like Diablo inspired. Makes me think of Diablo 3 more than Diablo 4. Excited for the Brazilian drug dealer before 4 demons from the portal to hell I opened are still in. What did you just say? Mr. YouTube? There's not a lot of 2026 left for a ramp up. Yeah. I mean, September is going to be really busy. October is going to be really busy. And then it's just GTA 6 for the rest of the year. And then February. Oh my God. Dude, there's so many games coming out in February. Or at least they say February or Q2, right? Q1 of 2027. So it's going to be wild. Absolutely wild. So much. Honestly, I think I actually might call it there. We'll be back tomorrow with more HG2. What is it? Friday right now? It's Friday, right? Yeah. Tomorrow Saturday, HG2 to start off. Maybe some Far Far West afterwards. Annie's going to find someone to raid, so stick around for a second. If you haven't already, do check out Opera GX. Help support the stream. Just downloading it, checking out the browser for a second. If you don't like it, delete it. But I've been using Opera GX for about a year now. Love it. You can modify how much RAM and CPU and network it uses, which is really cool. It's Chromium, so it uses all the same extensions as Chrome. Lots of customization as far as the appearance. I like it a lot. I do recommend the browser. And it supports the stream. It's like subbing, basically. So consider. But yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow with HG2 and then maybe some Far Far West afterwards. No promises, but maybe some Far Far West. And then Sunday, if you come by on Sunday, that's our viewer game day. So anyone in chat that would like to come play, we just have a queue system. Anyone can play. It doesn't matter if you're subbed or not. And we'll play some games. Yeah. We're just waiting to see if Annie can find someone to host. She's finding someone. So stick around for a moment. Very excited for a lot of games, though. Coming Tuesday, we got Crimson Moon. I think it'll be Crimson Moon all day. Unless something crazy happens in HG2, but I doubt it. Pick. When I pick? I mean, you said you're going to see Annie. I mean, I feel like this is kind of a bad time. We're not playing the same game as that person. Annie? But if you think we should do it now, we could do it now. Annie, you got anyone? I will help. Let's see. Okay, done. Wait, what? Oh, all right. I guess we're going to Baggins. All right, everybody say hi to Baggins. Spam some emotes with us. I don't think this is a good time for it, Annie, but okay.
我々がこうしている間にも市民やその家族が犠牲になっている。